Team tournament players, may I have your attention, please? Team tournament players, may I have your attention, please?
I'm gonna mess this up. I'm super used to putting the lanes up front, so I'm gonna mess this up.
This is not official coverage. You can do it.
No, you're fine. I'm telling them.
I'm joined today.
What's up?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. You are liable for everything.
If you have any questions or concerns today, please raise your hand and loudly call for a judge. If you are unsure or unsatisfied with the judge's ruling, you always have the right to appeal the ruling to one of us as judges, and we will come to the table and review it. Everyone in this event is required to submit a deck list. Many of you have already submitted your deck list online, but if you have not submitted a deck list online, if you have a paper deck list that has been filled out, please raise your hand and a judge will collect it now. Again, if you have a paper deck list, please raise your hand and a judge will collect it now. If you are using double-faced cards today, please make sure you are either using checklist or helper cards, or your sleeves are completely opaque. If your double-faced cards can be distinguished through the sleeves, you risk getting a game loss for marked cards. Tardiness today is at 0 and 10 minutes. That means if you are not in your seat at the beginning of the round, you will receive a penalty. If you are still not in your seat 10 minutes into the round, you will receive a match loss and your team will be dropped from the tournament. When you take a mulligan, you must put cards at the bottom of your library before deciding whether to keep your hand. And as a reminder, there is no scribe at the end of the mulligan process.
Think so?
If you have a companion, you must reveal it to your opponent before you draw your opening hand. Does anyone with a paper deck list still have it? I want to make sure all the paper deck lists are collected. Team tournament players, you have 50 minutes for round one and you may begin. If you do not have hands, please do not raise your hand and call for a judge.
See, I was going to do it immediately.
Until the clock reaches 40 or until your opponents show up and call a judge at that point.
I haven't paid attention to it like last year. Yeah, I used to play this and on the same once we handled the console and stuff like much last time. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna start my ticket for you. Alright, 17.
Draw from conduit.
Hard evidence, and I realized I don't have these tokens. I do have a good stem. You got a crop? Okay. Well, I got that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. And then I'll pass you. Holding time. Okay. I'll take 2 and I'll pass you.
Okay.
19. Yep.
Would not be bad. That doesn't quite go well.
Forest up Delta.
Yeah, that does not work.
Not getting that one. That was the wrong one. All good. Like, wait a second. That one touched for the wrong
Always feel free to
All
shortcut.
good. The downside is singleton. Yes. Agreed.
That's the other question.
That's a very good question. Thank you.
Stomping ground.
Magic players, there are a few minutes left to register for the 9:30 standard challenge. If you would like to play standard, please make your way to the registration sign on the stage. Once again, if you would like to play in the 9:30 standard challenge, please make your way up to the registration sign on the stage.
I will upset running 6 and pick up strong time. You got it. Oh, crap. The 3 is on the kill. Yep.
That's you.
Not quite. I got a red. Okay. Resolve. Okay. I'll pick up as well. This. And pass it.
President, 4 or 5.
That's good 16. Okay.
First of all,
About they're going to need shooting first of all. Yep. Drew it off the shuffle punter.
I'll stop and get a few minutes.
okay.
I think you said pass the turn. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Sacrifice.
We go search.
We're going to do it on.
Before you name, we go search, right?
Yes.
I'd say pass the turn. That's on me playing. I'm stressed out. I charge asleep since yesterday.
Damn. That is not a lot of sleep.
Yeah, I'm on night shift. It's hard to stop.
Okay, I'm gonna start like clicking off.
Yep.
Cut me. Still in response to the call therapy, got a brainstorm, 2 triggers.
Yep.
I'll sacrifice this for the one.
Brainstorm?
And I'll go to 9.
Oh, attempt to play Jace? Jason Falls.
All 6.
Revolve.
Yep.
Brainstorm?
Shuffle and put on the bottom.
Shuffle and put on the bottom. Yeah.
Haven't had it played on live yet. Alright, so main phase, right?
Yep.
Returns.
Yep.
This one's butter.
Yep.
And, oh, Master. More than mine. Yep. Okay. And step off and discard if you're done. Yeah.
Triggers.
Instant lock out there. 8. I got this time. I came prepared with everything but crabs. If you want, you got one of mine. At least I got close enough. Yeah, I definitely take one to be honest. Yeah, I got one of Okay. You got good treasure tokens? Nope, I only got one. Okay, I got
Pass turns.
you know that one with a trade you. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so I'll get that, and then that's still an NCO.
Calling competitor Justin Price. Justin Price, please report to the calling score to the right side of the event stage.
I bet.
Yep.
Justin Price to the event stage.
Yep.
Take 6.
Yep.
What is
I will draw in your upkeep.
Yeah. One tap. Upkeep. Nice one. Do you have 2? Oof. Those 2 back.
it's okay?
What's that?
Right. Fire, running 6. And fire it. Oh, okay. So 1 and 1. That results. I'm sorry. Okay. 5. That results? Yep. I will. Take off.
Is that right? End of the dungeon?
Yep.
Trigger?
Pass.
I'm choosing Lost Mines of Fandelver.
You got 8 to 12, right? Yep. Okay. 11, 9. Okay.
hand.
F6.
Do it until you die.
Just drains me again and again.
Drain game.
You do draw cards.
I do draw cards, but I mean, it's not going to matter.
Live by the dungeon, die by the dungeon, huh?
Indeed.
You know I was going to learn by like turn 2, right?
Turn one.
Turn 1?
Yeah.
Uptick, up turns, play turns. Okay. Move combat. Yep. Lock one. I was not expecting to see that. Nope. Down, deal red one. Up. Very. And pass.
Yeah, if you see either of those players reckless again,
11.
just that way we educate them so that they don't run into a case that others don't tournament. So remember, or make sure always are hey, we want to make sure that you're most productive. It's a different route. So that's what, so remember, this isn't me being like her. Just remember, it's your first time playing tournaments, and things are run a little differently. So anything that even looks a little dirty to let me know.
I'll take on your report.
Let me try to
I don't reset that. Right. Well, not the turn. Literally on the turn, but I didn't want to get this close.
Oh, well. 3-1. 7. I had you take one last turn from
Someone tap your thing, legacy.
it was the fetch to make the play.
Yeah, I have 9 to 8, which was the 1, and then 8 to 7, which was the fetch.
I hit you with your 1, because I blocked with the crowd. What do you have?
Every time I get
11
like
to 9? 11, 9,
11,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5. I think it's been.
Oh, it's so
I trust
good.
you if you are third.
The ones with no lands always are.
You're on the
Okay.
5. So 5 to 11, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Play both their tests.
Okay.
Last turn.
And so, down to 4?
Yep.
Yeah, great. So we do that? Okay.
Yes.
Mirror match.
Well,
kind of love it.
mine is 5 color.
Added the 5th, huh? For fun disc?
For horse pass. I had it next turn.
And there you
I was 1 mana short.
Oh, dang it, dang it. Now the Archon beast.
Yeah, thanks for the crab. I appreciate it.
No problem. was like, yeah, you got a spare tab laying around. We'll probably play the same.
Yeah, when you put turn on hard evidence, I was like, oh look, I don't think you're gonna be able to hide this from each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Same thing. I didn't write my own cards, but
Yeah, I feel you.
Please make your way to the stage to the side square.
I have an extra copy of the fairy in case the judges called on my foil.
Once again, please register for the 9:30 standard challenge. Please make your way to the side square.
Casting green sense, Zenith?
Yeah. You're right. I'm sorry.
Green sense for what?
Yes.
I got a daze then. So now you.
Now I can put it down.
All set?
Yes, go ahead.
That game was really just food for everybody.
I got these cards.
Pretty much, yep.
4 cards?
Pretty much.
Yep.
Yep, that one's good.
Like a thief in the night.
That's over to you.
How much my builders hate me?
I knew I'd fuck that up
First
too.
one. Crap.
Why don't you play Regavan instead? I think that always
Oh, I messed up, man. Second looker. Draw. Because of the graveyard, each player fetches out 2 basics.
Take advantage of the fact that a lot of decks just don't play enough basics.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just 3.
Would you say they're getting back to the basics?
Best team.
Deck full of like 1s and 2s.
Yeah.
How's that? Yep.
I'll be on the play.
Okay.
Trying to find some gold and silver sleeves for my treasure and my clues, so like I could just easily pick them out.
Yeah, yeah. I agree. Ton of it.
Yeah, that's why I have.
Color coded?
Yeah.
Smart, smart.
Gross. Okay. Yeah, it's good. Yep.
Hold up. Okay. One crab.
I think what do I do here? Well,
Flesh and blood calling competitors. All of you should now be registered for the calling main event. You should be able to see that in your profile at fadtcg.com. Please check and verify that your name as you see the events in your profile. If you do not, please come up and see us at the event stage to fix that before we
Past
begin.
you. Hey, Rob. Back you.
Once again, all players should now be registered into the calling and should be visible on your profile at fadtcg.com. If you believe that you should be registered for that event and you do not see yourself in it, please come up and see us at the event stage at this time.
16 to 17, right?
One harpy.
You're at 15 and I'm at 16, right? Yeah. Okay. Go.
That's nice. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Good on that.
Perfect tap deck.
A mistake, but it didn't matter. I like it.
Fantastic.
good. I already did.
Cards in hand.
Oh. 6.
Got myself mine. Sure.
My turn.
Yep. Now that I can respond. Face down, that round. Alright.
That's an honest game.
Yep. Attack forest. Let's fake water.
Cards in hand. 5.
Oh, that's okay. Alright, not good. That was awesome.
Counter it.
Great.
Not even have a. No, I should do one down one farther.
Oh, one farther. I guess the
3, 4,
fetch.
5.
Is it? Got it.
Play some? Okay. If I get this please on my baby.
Yeah, probably.
Grab down.
Target.
Have you cool?
Got the first. Or practically.
Best. Good bump.
Not again, not around.
Is that a good go? Same face. I'll make blue.
That's it.
Guess they're off. Face good. Make green.
It does not work twice. It's once a turn.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah. Go ahead, ask anybody you want. Go ahead, ask
I
a
was
judge.
doing each man.
Ask a judge.
Judge!
Look at 11.
says during your main phase. You know, which is real precise for
Yeah,
back
you have
in the
two
day.
of them. Yeah. All right, so I'm at 11. I got 4.
Just here? Just here, right?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Cover flares triggers once or twice. Does it trigger during each main phase or during the beginning of the first phase?
Let's check the Oracle text on it. Yeah. Those old cards like to lie.
The response rate, man, I'm going to
Okay. Beginning of each of your main phases, you haven't done this thing, so it only triggers on your main phase. Does that make sense?
You can only use it once a turn is what we're checking out.
Oh, if you haven't, of each of your main phases, yeah. If you haven't, yeah, it's only once.
So it's only once?
It's only once.
Yeah, that's fine.
If for some reason you were to have multiple main phases, then that's why it's worded that way. Okay, but right now you have one main phase. Are you questioning maybe a second main phase?
Yeah,
Is that
that's
right? Let me confirm on that real fast. And we'll
I
get you.
can answer whatever question you want. I've
Sure.
played this card for 20 years.
No,
Sure.
no, you're fine.
Yeah. Let me-
It's because it says it if you haven't added mana this way, right? That's what I thought. Okay, we're good.
Yes, that's correct. Cool.
My bad.
No, all good.
Go ahead. Green. Replicate. That happened to me the other night. I knew it wasn't right. I knew it wasn't right. Yeah, to be fair.
Yeah, I
Discard, and I tried to create a moral planeswalker, right? Draw. Big blue.
So you're selling 5, right? This is your graveyard now?
Yes, this is my graveyard. This is the
How many cards again?
4.
Is this? It's going to be an 88 if it results.
Good.
Fire one more.
You guys thought about that?
Is that OP? I'm a green.
And then they go on the bottom. Hold on. Oh, you do? Okay, my bad. Yeah. I can cast this card and put it. Yeah, you're fine. If I hadn't been doing it all week, I wouldn't know. I feel you. There you go. Give me a 15 or so. I'm assuming you kept me right on that one. I'm at this one. Oh no, I went to 15 from the all time. So I'm at 15. Green top for one, split two. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I knew there was a reason I did.
You have one flooding? Right.
Yeah.
Green sun for two?
Yep.
Okay. Have a line. There we go. Take I drew my card after that. Okay, yep. Then 3 left, go to 18. Yes. Okay, I'll walk. 4, yeah, doesn't matter. So, 1 block. No, you haven't quite came with it. Yep. Okay, 10 to Archon. That's on. Good. Check this out. Keep doing it.
Active player, Daryl Davis. If you are not currently playing, please report to the stage for this item. Daryl Davis. Please report to the stage for this item if you are not currently playing.
I like blue.
I'm an 18. 18? 10 3 life. Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. 21. You missed the enter in the first one. Yeah, because you had 3 enter. 3 is triggered 3 times. Yeah, there's been 3 triggers. So again, 3 times 2. You should get 20. Yeah. Okay.
10 a.m. Your round 1 pairings have been pushed to the companion app, as well as paper pairings making their way to the blue pairings board next to the generic banner. Please find your seats. Once again, 10 a.m. Pioneer Challenge players. Your round 1 pairings have been posted.
Again, anything but Dry Harbor? No.
It's only on my main
Only
page,
your
right?
turn, yeah. Exactly.
You're up. We're seeing what it actually says. It's, if you haven't, yeah, this way. No. Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to sideboard for game 3.
Yeah, everybody's playing. That's an unfinished. That's an unfinished. I don't know.
Same for the blue team.
You put Emrakul into play, and I was like, how the hell do I win?
I don't know how to get like Discord input into my phone. And I don't know what I was looking up a lot of like different like pieces of text.
That's
Actually,
like,
I'm gonna switch over.
so
real quick.
Emrakul and Mary, if you can get both of them in place, great. You get one, yeah.
How'd you like to make it?
Excuse me. Just like that. Nice to meet you.
I heard your voice
It's really cool how you do like these setups.
Yeah.
Attention, Flesh and Blood Call-Up players. Your pairings are live at tcg.com and will be on the pairing scores separated by letter ranges. Our feature matches for round 1 will be table 823 and 887. Again, feature matches will be 823 and 887.
got Brian Pulliam. He was like right up there.
For the following feature matches, table 823 is John Condon and Dalen Mack. Table 887 is Brendan Patrick and Larry Johnson. Please report to the feature match area.
Like 400 something.
There's more people come here to see. No, just the sports day. I mean, you've got 3.
No, that's how I lose the game. Because of the
Magic Team Tournament players, time is coming around. Active player finish your turn, and both players take a total of 5 additional turns. If one team has already won 2 of the 3 matches, you can go ahead and report the result. You do not need to wait for the third match.
Judge! Hi, over here.
Come on, Nate. From the chest. Come here.
So we kind of had
To the entire match, or just
to two other to this match right here, 2 other players. He wasn't given a game loss. However, due to all that and the judge call, that's why I'm checking.
Okay, I can understand that. However, was this match stopped during the penalties?
Yes. Can we talk to the head judge? The head judge is here.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, yeah. So we can continue play. I'll get a head judge.
What do you want? 20. Just go to the sport table.
Question Pulliam players, welcome to Calling Indianapolis. I'm Amanda Coots, and I will be your head judge today. Joining me is Dan Collins as a guest judge. Today's event does require a deck list. Please make sure that you have that be ready with your name on the top of the list. Please also put the table number that you are currently sitting. Be aware that you are sitting across from your round one opponent, so keep that in mind. Please make sure the deck list is unfolded, but you can hand them to the judge upside down.
Alright, Warriors, just to let you know, Warriors, you have a 9-minute title section, and I'm going to be your table judge.
Arguments today will be 0 to 10. Please make sure you are in your seat when we start the call.
They originally gave a 5-minute and then realized what the other issue
Results will be entered electronically. If you do not have access to a device, you can report those at the stage. If you have a judge call, please raise your hand and say your judge loudly. If you disagree with the judge, you do have the right to appeal. Please let your judge know. Okay, everybody, please take out your deck list. Again, make sure your name and table number is on it. Hold them up high.
I can't do that. Okay, you can do it yourself.
Or I can't either.
Judges, please start voting.
Just make sure you don't down to the.
Oh no, I have enough weight. I have.
Especially the way that this lane is to speed.
I don't know. But you can surgical and burst to know who he has.
That's not just
Like that would help you, then you know for sure.
I started pulling like 2 times.
You have a surgical in your hand. Why are you punishing this? Okay.
That's how it is.
Just guarantees for sure.
I do.
I was ready. I was like, I'm gonna play more turtles.
Players, let's get the match results, please.
Hey, what was the final result?
I'm getting it at 8:30. Submit my deck. Here's my text.
Judges will now
What were the other people playing at the other table?
Hello. Okay. So that was round 1. Actually, it looks like we're 6 minutes over time. Yeah, my bad. I'm gonna go talk to Ely just for a second here. Meanwhile, it's tricky. You're gonna go on the floor for a second. Pull it down.
while the judges are distributing proposals selected, what will reinforce in your seat when we start the round.
The last like nerd rage.
Anytime after.
Yo, Ely, you down for a little chat? Sure. Cool. All right. I know I'm ambushing you, but I'll set this up. That was I don't know if that was an unexpected round 1. I don't know if. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So people are going to be watching you. Hey, we got 400 people-ish about here. See if I can get this to work. All right. Beautiful. No, not beautiful. Better? Much. Something about physics that I never really understood. Anyways. All right. Perfect. So, first of all, another congratulations.
Thank you.
A great weekend last weekend. I feel like I'm more interested in talking to you about last weekend than this weekend, but I guess we'll get this weekend out of the way. Sorry, I'm just gonna wait for the announcement. I'm doing a lot of this on the fly. Switching back and forth has already come up with some complications, but so I think it's pretty obvious you picked Delver for today because it's just the best. Yeah, it's just it's insane still. Despite Ragavan getting banned.
He's just dumb.
Yeah. Dude, I remember an interview when you won that Star City Games event, and you were like, They asked you if you could ban 3 cards, what would it be? Do you remember what you said?
Ancient Tomb Top Days.
Ancient Tomb Top Days. Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember this interview, but look at that. Like, you know, I like how Ely still says Days is still dumb, not Ragavan was dumb. Very based, I guess. Yeah. So talk to me about the rest of the team, because we didn't get to watch Corey play and we didn't get to watch Pete play either. But Corey is on Modern and then Pete's on Pioneer.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So what's Corey playing today?
Corey's playing Indomitable Creativity.
Corey's playing Creativity. Okay, cool. And then what's Pete playing?
Pete's playing Blue Eye Control. Typical Pete fashion.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that deck actually good? Because I was watching my friend play it yesterday, and okay, all right. That's how I feel about it
I
too.
don't play a lot of Pioneer though. So.
Okay, yeah. I also noticed that when their matches had finished, they were just kind of doing their own thing, and you were like here too. Whereas over at the other table, like they had like huddled up and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, this is kind of interesting.
A lot of trust over here.
Yeah. But I take it also that you've probably played more like... Actually, no, Pete's got a pretty decent legacy resume, right?
Yeah, but I definitely have the most.
Yeah. I would even say that you probably played more than them combined. Okay, yeah, cool. I guess people are asking what flavor of Creativity is Archon, Emrakul,
He's playing the 7/7 in Emrakul.
Sarah's Emissary? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then, is there anything special about Pete's Azorius list?
Not really.
Corey, what's up? Dude, I don't think I've actually formally met you, but Otterog, yeah.
Nice
and then
to meet you.
Pete, I formally met like about an hour ago, so
Okay.
that's awesome, yeah.
Nice to meet you. I like the covering.
What's up?
I like the covering.
So when I went out to Twitter, I was like, all right, who wants to be part of this? And then Ely was like, yeah, I'll do it. And I was like, all right, I can't say no to a Pro Tour champion now, so
Exactly.
you know what I mean? Like,
Ely was a sucker for that fixed seating. You know?
dude, no, fixed seating is so broken. I didn't know this until This is Little Millen out here, dude. Actually, I feel like the first time I met you, dude, was Grand Prix Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was 13.
Yeah, that was like so, and that's where you won the PTQ, right? Yeah. I remember that too.
Maybe, I don't know.
And then once again we have Rodney. What's up? This is the stand that I'm using. It's in the way, but you know.
Rodney sponsors every player in this event.
That's actually true though, right?
So round one,
Yeah.
my opponent, who just gave me a deck that he borrowed 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
he fetched, discovered he had 55 cards, so we had to fix it, and I had to lend him a Tiger for the day.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
But he knows me.
on the spot?
He's just missing a Tiger, has 4 cards in the binder.
Yeah.
So you just lended him the rest of his
And he
bag.
gets a Tiger, yeah.
Are you playing? Do you have a team today?
Yeah.
Are you Legacy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you playing the same deck? Okay. So for context, Rodney was playing. What place did you end up getting at the 11th? Okay, 11th at SCG Philly with green white, which is really
Green White Urza Saga.
green white. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say green white depths, but yeah. So I need to update the command real quick.
Oh, you got special business internet?
No, God no.
No.
I'm paying for it's a hotspot. Internet was $10,000 here. It was $10,000 here. I'm broke. This is so for anyone who also is interested. For anyone who's also interested, this is a Netgear Nighthawk, whatever, and it's about $300-400. The data plan is from AT&T. It's about $50 a month. So if you want to do it, there's your buy-in. It's not bad. It's pretty affordable compared to $10,000. So, yeah.
I paid $200.
But yeah. All right, so I guess we chill. We're 12 minutes over time now, which means I think we might have like another 10 minutes till the round begins. Yeah, which is fine, I think. I'm gonna put it back on you though. So, Ely, talk to me about. Do you know anything about the team, like the tournament structure, like the event structure today? Like, it's a 2-day
round, 6 and 2 or better, unless 20 teams don't get 6 and 2 or better.
Okay.
Then it's everybody tied with
20th place.
Okay.
Day 2 is 5 rounds, cut to top 6.
Cut the top 6?
First and second seed get a bye.
Okay.
And 4th through 6th third through 6th playoff.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess it's cool that you get locked for a bye in the top 6 or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I saw your tweet to Zach too, which I thought was pretty classy. When what was it? Zach was like, "I'm gonna win this thing tomorrow," or like, "I locked for Worlds" or something like that, and you were like, "Yeah, congrats on second place."
Yeah.
I like the called shot. That aged very well. Yeah. The fastest fine wine in the market. Yeah.
That was pretty fortunate to turn out that
Dude,
way.
that's the one thing I love to see. I like to see, like, trash talk, but like done well. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's an art form in and of itself.
Sorry, I gotta get
No, yeah, you're good.
Hello.
All right, everyone else is busy, so now you have to deal with me. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I've seen top 8s done before. I've seen top 8s done before. I've seen top 4s done before. Yo, homie, you gotta get right. But I don't think I've ever seen a top 6 before, which is kind of interesting. I almost wish I wish I got to see more of the other matchup, because the 8 Mulch versus Jeskai matchup was actually pretty interesting to watch. What do I think of Oliver's deck? So I don't know too much about it, but it sounds like Oliver's deck is tuned to beat fair decks. So that's wait, pull up a chair. Sit down, pull up a chair.
What's happening?
All right, so this is
Wayne Dusar.
Ryan. Yeah, Wayne Dusar, and then this is Nammer Squats. Yeah, exactly. So you guys are on a team together, right? How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I faced the Capitana near Mirror in round 1, and then at some point in game 3, I was crushing my opponent, and then I was informed that there was no reason to keep playing because my team had lost. So,
Ah.
yeah. But yeah, I don't know what happened.
Are you guys? Is this the full team?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Here was I'm on it.
Here. Actually, you know what? Take my chair. I will just scream violently into the abyss. So then, your legacy, modern. Pioneer, modern. Sorry, what's your name? Felix. Oh, you're the Felix? Yeah. Hey, what's up? Okay, nice to meet you. Yeah, great. So, you're gonna have to give me the top down again because I completely didn't hear anything. But you're playing 8 cast. In modern, you're playing Blue Red Murktide, and you're playing what in Pioneer?
Lotus Field.
Lotus. Okay, that's an interesting one. Okay, is that deck still good? Like,
yeah.
I was literally talking about this the other day. I didn't realize Underworld Breach got banned in Pioneer.
Like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm very like out of tune with Pioneer. But I've only seen Brian Cook play. Is that deck actually like? I mean, you wouldn't play if you didn't think it was good, right?
It won the PTQ yesterday.
It won a PTQ yesterday. Okay. So then, is that why you're playing it, or?
Well, I've been playing it for like a few weeks now, and it's like I think it's really good.
Oh, okay.
And it's really fun to play.
You played the PTQ yesterday too.
Yeah.
Wait, how did your PTQ experience? Wait, you won the PTQ yesterday?
No. I went 0-2.
Okay, that's okay. That happens sometimes. Yeah.
I was like playing the backseat of his car on the way here.
Yeah, I was driving down here. Dom Harvey was passed out in my passenger seat. Name was PTQing in the back.
The grind is real.
The grind is real.
Okay, yeah. Do you? And so you said Blue Red Murktide, but this is after the Luris ban, which is super interesting. I mean, I guess Murktide Regent is not maybe the best thing to be doing.
He is tight in the clock. He's playing the ultimatum.
Yeah.
What's the ultimatum version?
Just has emergence ultimatum.
Is that the rug one?
No, it's the Sultai.
Oh, the pick. Okay, the pick 3 and then okay, yeah. I vaguely recall that standard format. So, and it was like yesterday or something, right? Like it was a pretty recent standard format. Okay. What were your other options for modern besides blue red?
I thought about Forcey and...
Full color? Okay.
Yeah. They talked me out of it because the rounds were going to change a lot. I played the PT last week, so... Like, mostly good to aim at people.
Okay.
Not really, like, putting so much energy into it, just feeling that it's, like, pretty easy. And I can kind of, like, pick up and just try to understand a little bit and hopefully play well.
Okay. I think that's super smart because, well, I mean, if you put all your energy into the Pro Tour, then you... It's like part of the reason why people play Delver and Legacy is because like sometimes the card will just like carry the game itself. You don't really have to like put extra effort and think about like all the minutia. And so like on a time crunch, that's exactly what you want. You want to just like take your Murktide and like turn sideways. But also, I do feel like team events are much like like the matches take longer by virtue of you, like everyone's talking. Yeah, you talk to each other, and it's.
Bailey and Chris Hines, Chase Hines, please report to the main stage.
We're just waiting for the announcement.
Bailey and Chase Hines, please report to the main stage.
It looks legit. It's awesome.
It's far from legit. It's like potato can quality. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, but okay, I will tell you one thing. Potato can quality is better than nothing. So like at the bare minimum, I'm totally happy with it. But I do feel like there's a lot more that could be done. It's just like once you start like figuring out like the more you learn about technology, the more you're just like, wow. I feel like really like I don't know.
You want to like go deeper. Right?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah, because like if I could like automate like life totals and make this like it's very real that I could make this look exactly like what they used to have, and that would be so sweet. Imagine if you had like commentary and things like that over it.
And I think people love that redo GPU, right?
Yeah, yeah. And
where there's no commentary. It's just like very like this is like the match like on display. Right? So that's kind of what people enjoy. People want content. You don't need like a whole booth with like.
Yeah, exactly. I think what really makes me happy too is that like anybody can do this. Like this is not that complicated, right? I have a stand and a phone and like internet, right? And a lot of battery packs, but like that's something else. By the way, we're 20 minutes over time in case anyone is wondering. So it'll take some time to. Actually, I don't know, maybe 25, 30ish. Yeah.
The clock's really.
Yeah,
about 20.
So what was your matchup in Modern this round?
Played against Burn.
You played against Burn?
Solid guy.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, it happens. You played the mirror, and then what did you play in Pioneer?
Red, white, heroic.
You played what?
Heroic. So kind of like Burn.
Red, white, prowess.
Yeah,
oh, proud. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I know nothing. So like, you're gonna have to treat me like I'm a 5-year-old when it comes to Pioneer. Yeah. But okay. All right. Burn is never a matchup you really want to play against. So. Like it doesn't matter, agnostic of the format. You always get to those like dicey moments where you're just like, ah, shit, do you have it? And,
it's kind of hard to play if you're
Did Prison Mike show up? I hope Susser is here. That'd be awesome.
So I'll ask you. So you guys are 0-1 right now as a team. What's your strategy for like winning the rest of this event?
I'm gonna bully them. I'm gonna try to like kind of verbally abuse them if I see they're losing, and hopefully that motivates them to play a little tighter and pull their own weight.
I grew up with strict Asian parents, so like I know exactly. Dude, I feel like I turned out okay, right? Actually, don't answer that question. But no, I think that's. Yeah, I feel like the team aspect is always also kind of stressful too, because like. Your losses feel so much worse, and then your wins feel so much less because, like, like there's a lot of. But I also feel like, I mean, you guys are all good friends, so like being able to hang out with each other for a day. It's like, are you guys also like rooming together and everything like that? Yeah. It's the team bond, you know. So
I think if you like the people you're teaming with, it just makes everything a lot more fun.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, obviously you want to win, but like losing is also that much more. It's like fine because with
your pals.
Yeah.
Sulking alone in the corner somewhere.
Yeah.
Pondering whether you should leave.
If you OT drop, you at least have 2 other people to hang out with.
Yeah, exactly.
And they have to hear your bad beats.
Yeah.
No, you're totally good. You're totally good.
It's like I can talk to Neil and Ryan about like who they think this way I made is correct, and I trust their opinion.
Yeah.
And like,
congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I really enjoyed watching.
It's kind of interesting, like the team philosophy. So I was talking to Ely about this earlier. I'm saying it right. It is Ely. Okay, cool. Yeah. I was talking to Ely about this earlier, and I was like, okay, well, imagine there are 2 types of teams, right? The one team that like huddles up and like will talk a lot of each other, and I feel like sometimes I'm kind of like the teammate that's just like, let me focus on my match because I only play Legacy. I have very little contribute to like Pioneer,
and you don't have time to talk to someone.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
Gotta move.
Yeah. And so I don't know, just like it's interesting how like certain teams are built. I mean, like, so let me ask you a question then, Ely. Why did you pick Corey and Pete for your team? Were they just like available? Because I mean, like, everybody in the Magic world, right? So you could literally pick. You just want to approach it. You could pick anyone you want, Yeah. So.
I have the cream of the crop.
Yeah,
exactly. Team BCW. They are as well. So we picked them within our team. We won the last team open that SCG ran.
With the 3 of you together?
3 of us together. Yeah.
When was that?
It was January, right before COVID in 2019. So
wow.
This is our running it back team.
Okay, wait. Dude, I lucked out. I have the... We're going to get a back-to-back champion here? I mean, well, technically a back-to-back-to-back because like, he won last week as well. But, okay. All right, never mind. That's awesome. Yeah, so... okay, well, this does not work. All right. Yeah. Okay, guys, well, good luck then.
Chatting with you. Thanks for
Yeah.
doing this.
Just keep tuning in. I think one thing that I really like about these events and like this potato cam coverage is like you get the narratives in a lot more. So if you guys like end up going like 07 today, like let me know so I can laugh at you. And I'm kidding. No. Yeah, or like if you guys like have the rally back and
We'll
go
call
like
you
this.
over when we're playing our competition.
Yeah. Perfect. Exactly. When you're in the win and in, or like once you've won the win and in, you know, let me know. All right. I'll see you guys later. Okay.
Yeah, if it goes back, we'll let you know where to get lunch.
What's up?
If it goes back, we'll let you know where to get lunch.
Yeah. There you go. Perfect.
I lost the land. Get the Zoomer squad on.
Wait.
It's all us.
These are the Zoomers? Okay, but here's the problem. I don't know any of the Zoomers. I know them all by like name, but not by face.
I'm Levi.
Okay, Levi, what's up?
What's up, buddy?
I know you for sure.
That's your viewer in stock.
Oh, holy. Okay, yeah, okay, cool. And then, what's up? Okay, hey, you guys want to talk about your decks? Yeah, all right, sit down. Come on.
I'm down.
First question is, did you win your first round?
Yes.
All right, very awesome. Also, Ely, are you cool with me just like...
No problem.
Okay, cool, yeah. Awesome. So it's Team Zoomer. Who's playing Legacy?
I'm playing Legacy.
So Legacy, what format? Pioneer and Modern. Okay.
Yep.
What are you playing in Legacy? Delver. Phoenix and Modern. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, Phoenix and Pioneer, and then Amulet and Modern. Okay.
I'll without playing with Professor Iteration. Kind of a shame.
Okay, well, I mean,
kind of
Primeval Titan and Expressive Iteration are basically like same power level, right? Wait, that's a dark thing to think about. But yeah, okay. So who won? Who lost? Who's carrying the team right now?
We actually had an interesting story because my match got called for a deck check.
What's up?
My match got called for a deck check.
You got deck check.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also at the same time, we had like some last minute changes to our deck list because of card availability and stuff. And so Andre wasn't able to get his deck list in on time. And so he had to fill out a paper deck list, and then it was late, so we got a game loss.
You guys got a game loss? Oh,
Only Andre got it.
Okay.
But he wasn't able to come back.
Okay. The next two okay. All right. Yeah, that's a great feeling when you get the game lost, but then you still win the match anyways. Yeah. But I get the feeling that that's like I feel like there today and yesterday, literally everybody has been like, I need cards. And then some people like, I need to give cards. And it's just like, card availability has been like, but I mean, I guess that's how the world operates now, right? Especially like, I feel like everyone who like grinds on Moto, like, doesn't actually have the cards, but then like, knows how to like sling them really well. So
when it comes to paper, we're super inexperienced about that, so we just naturally don't get it.
Yeah, that's like a thing that you learn. Like I'm not good at paper either. I'm very bad at paper, but it is what it is. So what did you play in Modern?
I played against him.
Whoa, okay. Was it good?
He lost on turn 2. Yeah, they killed me on turn 2, game 1. They just went turn 1 Cigardi, they went turn 2, Hammer never kill you.
Okay, so yeah, Hammer can still do that, I guess.
I was just sitting there at the table, because I got deck checked, and I was watching the event this turn 2, and Andre got a game off, and I was like, okay, we're gonna lose round 1. So.
Yeah, that's you have to have like strong mental to come back from that position, right? Like, and then did you win? No, you won your match. Who else won?
I won my match.
Okay, did you
I
win
played
your
against
match?
Lance. I won game 1 because they didn't draw life combo basically.
Okay.
They had basic decks, but I played a bunch of creatures, so and game 2, I kept the same with Wasteland and Surgical.
Wasteland and what? Surgical.
Yeah, and 2 expressive iterations.
Okay, that's a decent.
And then they kind of just played Lance and passed the turn, and I was like, okay, I'll cast it over, cast it over, and then they just played Choke. And then I died.
Well, Choke is gonna be good against Del. I don't know, if it ever resolves. I mean, that's always the.
It's good in small percentage. I guess not small percentage, but a percentage of games where Delver doesn't actually play much defense.
Yeah. I'm gonna fuck up my knee if I keep sitting down like this.
This card doesn't do anything. Delver just plays Delver's
Oh yeah, if you get creatures in play, then they're just doomed. Yeah, you could sometimes let it resolve and force to will something else. Yeah. All right, well, That's okay. But so then they won their match before you finished yours?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
so
you
it
never
doesn't
lost.
even count. I didn't
Yeah,
do
yeah,
it.
yeah. You never lost. You never lost. Undefeated on the day. Okay, we'll take that. So, are there any matchups that you guys want to play against? Like, what you play Delver, right? So
I don't want to play against fans or like random. I don't want to play against fans.
Okay.
Not because like it's like a horrible matchup, but just because it's like super variance and it's like really annoying.
Wait, which matchup were you saying? Reanimator? Oh, okay, yeah. Nobody likes playing against Black Red, I think.
It's like I don't know. Like I don't think it's a bad matchup. It's just like really annoying.
But sometimes there's some hands that you can just never beat.
Exactly.
Oh, time's up. All right, cool. I'm gonna go set up the booth now. This thing now.
Thank you for having us on.
Yeah, no worries. Keep me updated with how you're doing. Okay? Yeah, nice meeting you too.
Riley Spellman,
All right.
Eric Miller, Tony Morris, and Andrew Faulkner. Please report to the stage.
So I don't know if you can see it, but it says 50 on the clock there. Oh yeah. I'll see if I can get Tomiko's team on. Let me set up this camera though, because I need to make sure everything is ready when the next round starts. So I'm just gonna put this back up here.
What's up to Ziki's last on it, man? Come
I can show you this if you want. Would you beat that? What? A night? Okay, cool. When you doing this? For sale. Oh, yeah. Did you get all your cards before?
It's functional. That's as much as I can give it credit for.
People's champion.
See how it's done.
What you need to do is you need to get higher figures on Flesh and Blood. That's the goal.
Oh my god. If we can get more viewers than the actual Flesh and Blood stream, yeah, I was thinking of a shitty joke, which is like, alright, so Flesh and Blood might have like sponsored live coverage, but like we're table number one, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's just like a state of mind. But what I'm going to ask is, for the next round, let's see.
Magic team players, round 2 pairings are now online, and we'll soon move on to the different pairing scores.
Hey Corey, do you mind if I do round 2 for you? Yeah, sure. Cool. The only thing I have is this. This is for like live totals. It's the companion app, and this will be totally fine. I don't want to touch it, but if you could just remember to update live totals periodically.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, and no, you're not allowed to switch. Yeah, you have to sit this way. Sorry, I would prefer it, but
Anyone have an extra pen?
Do you need that playmat?
I have a pencil.
Do you need this playmat or?
Yeah.
You can use it.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's not a big deal. It's tens of thousands of dollars. Now I just want to get pencil.
All right, so round 2, I'm going to try for modern. I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to move this out of the way. I don't think we need this right now. Thank you all for being so flexible and cooperating and stuff. This is
Thanks for keeping us right here.
yeah, it's awesome.
I mean, it was like that at the last and didn't leave the event site until
have sworn they said pairings went up.
They did.
Okay.
Probably online.
Okay.
I've been in the middle of the shovel.
Let's get those beds.
I'm gonna pee on both your pillows. Yeah, absolutely. It's a free service to
Corey, did you win round one?
I was going to game 3. I was going to game 3.
Okay. Right, so wait. You're playing control. You won your round, right? And you won faster than. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well.
That could have been for a side How are you?
Hello. I just want to ask, is it okay if I stream this match?
Yeah, I mean, Rodney's here, so.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna stream. Yeah, it'll be the modern one. I can audible to this one too. Sorry, did you say it was okay or?
I said sure for luck.
Oh, okay. Would you like me to do this one instead? You want it? Okay, cool. All right. Maybe next time, Corey. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
No, all good.
I
don't want everyone to see my puns. Yeah, I played pretty bad my first
And now you're playing Grixis Shadow.
Yeah. The sleeves. Nice SpongeBob sleeves. Oh, the sleeves. They're so perfect. Yeah, they're pretty good.
And I think for round 3, I'm gonna go to that table. So yeah, you get a round off to.
No prima donnas here. You do whatever you need to do.
These are such high quality sleeves too. What the hell? Well, I mean the image quality at least.
They feel like the old Maruya sleeves. Yeah.
Oh really? Okay.
That's called my stolen ballot.
Nice. Even. Is that an only round shirt? That's awesome.
Magic team players, as a reminder, everyone in this room is required to wear a mask that covers your mouth and your nose.
You want to do a high roll or odd in it or something? Yeah.
Magic team tournament players, we have 306 teams in this event. We'll be playing a total of 8 rounds of Swiss today. You have 50 minutes for round 2 and you may begin.
Yeah, I always judge my tournaments by how many bottle triggers I miss. Okay, there you go. Yep.
Sacrifice of this round.
Six. All of the wow, rude. Got it? Okay.
Attack your one.
10:30, two-headed giant players. Your round one or your build time has been posted to the companion, as well as paper pairs making their way to the pairings board here at Stable 565. Please find your seats.
Part of it?
10:30 Legacy players. Your pairings for round one will be making their way to your companion app and are heading to the pairings board. The pairings board closest to 597. Once again, Legacy players, please make your way to table 597 to find your pairings.
Over here.
Trigger's good. I'll activate.
Ice your turn. Top four. Trying to make it go off the window shot. Yeah. Yeah, so fun. miss Luris too much. I just didn't want to.
I have 7 minutes. I have 3 lanes, not 7 minutes.
Yeah, you're right. You did not have 7. I don't know. Okay, go.
Legacy, we apologize, but there was a green pair for your round. Please recheck your pairings in the mid map, or double check the new pairings that are being posted now. And once again, 1030 Legacy, please recheck your pairings for your corrected tables.
Guess you shuffle out. I don't know. Not a creature or an artifact. I hope so. That's a bad matchup. Alright, I think I shuffle everything in my life, right? And then I'm done. Land on Holy Heat Romanana. Yeah, Annihilator 6, yeah. Yeah.
I'll make a mana.
It's like get dressed down and hope I do some going and drown in the water.
I'll make a colorless. May I go to my draw step?
That's a good matchup. always wondered.
Yeah, so like, when I was pretty young, well, it was kind of high school.
Yeah.
I was like team sports team.
Okay. Okay.
I personally from Massachusetts.
Okay.
And then my friend who played a lot was from my
One card in your hand?
So I just added mine to
Just combined them all? Is that
20 years ago. And here we are.
It's stuck, huh? It's not just like you love when reading pasta so much. You're like, this is just the mightiest meal I've ever had.
Yeah, it's funny. I looked recently and I saw it.
3 of them.
Oh, I would have no idea.
From Red 2 is spelled differently.
Really?
20 years too late.
Yeah, it's like I can't change it now. Yeah, trying to switch Twitch names is the biggest hassle. I just tried to get like an underscore taken out of my name, and it took like 7 months for them to like actually get back to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to rebrand my full name.
Yeah.
But I forgot.
Yep. Yeah, I had to do it at one point to rebrand from FF Freaks Little Bro to not always live in Brad Shadow, you know?
1, 2, 4.
Wow, your own token? Get right.
I know, right?
Sorcery Delirium.
Ooh, yeah, you play Ragman, right? Oh, yes. No, but I got a.
How come you guys get to play Ragavan and we don't?
I know, it's not bad. Got a friend for you if you want one. Okay. It's the only thing that was shitty about me not playing Dash Out. I was like, I don't get to use my own stuff.
Nope, he's not playing Convert to man.
That's you can use that information a lot. You know, there's a lot you can do with no prismatic command. Sign in all those artifacts, you know. Okay. I like it. Yeah, mine definitely got hit, but my other one was just a 2-2 bear, so I never got play on that, that's for sure. Alright, come on. I figured. Yeah, they did a great job. But honestly, I was the biggest diva with it. They like kept sending me like, does this work? I was like, I don't like my eye.
They didn't even give me the option.
Yeah, I went real diva on it. They had like 9 changes.
They did a photo shoot in front of everybody, and then they picked that.
Yeah. I guess it helps because I work there, you know? But...
Yes. Con racism.
I'll take 2 and put the Pulliam in them. And then I'll pass you.
Is this your phone or his?
This. It's also on airplane mode, he said.
I'll keep.
Oh,
try this.
how long? Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Not low enough, huh?
marking those that you can, as well as flavor pairings making their way to the pairings board. Please find your seats.
Yep. Thank you. More cards on hand?
Yep.
What time I'll have you?
You have it.
You got it? Okay. Yep, no problem. Yep. I'll take it. All right. Let's do it. Yep. I'm just so jealous of what you did. I love playing that deck so much more.
I'll make this a basic.
Okay.
It just comes up live.
Here's a good Pulliam, Daryl. Pulliam, Daryl.
Oh yeah, pop.
Yeah.
I'm in walking through the valley of the shadow of death there. Good magic card. You really are. Okay. End step, all staff to 13. I was at 16, right?
That solves. Target?
I will target you.
Stack of blue.
You gotta do it before or after?
You can do this.
Try first.
What counts this?
Add a red, then I'll daze recognition.
It's not the treasure, I'll tell you that. I'll try to do it. I'm gonna crack. Take 3.
I'm gonna move to the other table. Yeah.
Go for it.
On a 10. Chain for the rock.
Earthquake. Is your match done? I'm gonna give you this phone for life total tracking. It's in airplane mode, so there's a.
Forgot about that one.
Yeah, I know the tabernacle is good back in, but I think it's going to cover it out. By good, I mean it's just killed a bunch of my zombies. No, I thought it was very good. You thought it was good? Yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't mind. It was fun. Yeah. Great time.
Don't mind me asking, who got game 1?
stages. That has a lot of text on it. It does.
Lock you. Yeah, no.
11 a.m. Palmer Challenge. Your round one pairings are going to be convenient, as well as fewer pairings making their way to the pairings board. Please find your seats.
How many cards are in the deck? Not many, less than 20. Looks like a specific spot. Yeah. Are you hungry? Any looting and tuning inside? No, but it was just the way she said it. It's like, did not see it. I'll get the one.
Was that the match? Can you keep track of Edgar's life totals?
We're done.
Oh, okay.
Pretty good five stars. London Mulch is so good for a while. Okay, then maybe not.
I think you were good.
Well, that was pretty fast. Yeah, I will try to get Modern in for the next round. I think I'm gonna watch Edgar play. So let me see if I can set up my stuff. But yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, but in the meantime, can we take a look at your deck? Yeah. Okay, cool. Because you told me it was really good. Okay. No, I take your word for it. Sorry, just moving things around. What's up? You can do whatever you want. I mean, it's all good. You may want to, so it's probably going to be upside down. So when you, yeah, pretty much. Thanks.
I didn't agree with that. I agree with you that you feel like maybe kind of waffles around. Yeah.
I swear to God, I'll get this mount figured out. In the meantime, it's just going to be moving around a bunch, so, you know. Oh, this is probably how. Easy. So how's your day going, Daryl?
All right. I lost one round, so all over playing control, but he had a bunch of weird cards and surgicals, which no one else has. and I think I drew kind of bad. So I lost to him, and then I just beat black-red, which is a horrible matchup.
Yeah, I saw game 1 was kind of weird. By the way, can you guys hear? Can you hear Daryl properly? Is he a good volume?
I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, if it's not, then it's okay. Just like scream from the bellows of your chest. Okay, they can hear you.
All right, cool.
All right, so yeah, we'll catch up from the start of the day. But basically, what the fuck is going on here, dude? Okay, yeah, that was I'm glad I stepped in when I did because that was a crazy play you had.
So here's the deck is sorted. I've got it sorted in like so there are 4 of all of these cards. There are 4 of all of these cards, and then the only other duplicates in the deck are a second Depths and a second Taiga.
Wow.
So, sorry, there's 2 of each of these. The
Yavimaya
and the Besagers. So I've got 8 of the 1-mana accelerations, and like, I mean, Mana Bomb's the better one in this deck. Exploration's not that great. And
why is that?
Because of Field of the Dead. You have 4 fields.
Okay.
So what you want to do for the first couple turns usually is play the Winding Ways and the Mulches for lands, and draw as many lands as you can. Play Exploration, move your instep, and make like 12 zombies.
Oh wow! Wait! I don't know what Winding Way is. I've never seen this.
It's just Mulch.
Is it literally? Wait, I don't know what Mulch is. Okay, we're gonna. So Mulch says, I don't know. Camera will focus. Reveal the top 4 cards, and then put any number of lands into your hand, and the rest into the graveyard. And then this is choose creature or land. Reveal the top 4 cards. Is this just a Mulch clone?
You can choose creatures. This is only lands.
Oh, okay. So it's even better.
So this is the buffed Modern Horizons one.
Okay.
So yeah, you've got ways to do this. You've got basically 8. Like this is like draw 2 to 4, usually 2 or 3 cards, and it mills over your loans.
Yeah.
So it enables loan faster too. And then you have 8 accelerants because you just want to put as many lands in play as fast as possible. It doesn't really matter what they are.
Yeah.
And then you start triggering field. And then once you have field triggered, you can stage your field and play more lands or loam or whatever.
So you said you have 4 Field of the Deads?
4 of these lands. 4 of all these spells.
Okay. All right. And then no Urza Saga?
No.
Okay. All right.
I tried. So this list started as green-white with Saga, but I tried Saga and it dies. So it's like it leaves the battlefield for field, which is bad.
Okay.
I tried blue for Uro, which was decent, but it wasn't like winning me games. It was just good.
Okay.
It helped bridge the gap, gain life, like do what Uro does. You're not really good at playing it a bunch of times, so like usually you play like a land or 2, they'd STP it, or like they counter it one time and it's whatever.
Yeah.
And I was kind of struggling with a Delver matchup because I had Teleria Wests, Uros, Otawara, which is the new channel land, which was good, and T-West was really good because it tutors field or whatever else you need.
What was really good? Teleria West?
Teleria West,
okay, yeah.
But I was struggling versus Delver because without the combo, like without the combo, they basically only have to beat your basements.
Yeah.
Because they just play flyers and attack you and your fields are bad. But ever since I added the combo, I've been winning that matchup, and then I have 4 rotations too.
Okay.
So I've got six pieces, and then I sideboard more Dark Depths.
Oh, you have sideboard. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that sideboard in a second. Let's wait for the announcement real quick, though.
Your pairings are available online at FastPCG.com. Please find your pairings and make your way to your.
Sorry, announcement's really loud. Okay. So someone is saying that this is like the old, like the OG 43 lands deck.
Probably closer to that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible that crop rotation is bad, and these should be blue lands, and you should play Uro anyways, and just have stage depths, and then like maybe some Otawaras, and not play Teleria West.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I built this deck this week, so I started by copying. There was a list I copied in the challenge.
I saw that list. Yeah.
And Saga was good in the deck because it found Expedition Map, but I never made Construct because I didn't have the time.
Okay.
And I wanted, and the tutoring was weird. It was kind of hard because you mill so many cards with these 12 spells. So you mill over a lot of your hits. So I wasn't loving field, especially because it died with field, for field triggers. So it took so long to get to all your land drops.
Yeah.
I tried a bunch of Uro builds, and the T-West was good there. But
What,
like I
what was
said,
the issue with green-white?
There was no white cards in the deck.
Oh, why was it white then? Oh no, the one that did I thought it was mono green, right? Was it mono green-ish?
You can play. You can't play mono green because there's just not enough lands with different names for field if you only play one color.
Okay.
So like, you could have like you just have enough. You have to have enough colored sources, and then once you get that number high enough, like I have the 2 forests, 4 fetch lands, 3 other fetchables, and then I'm playing like Grove, just playing Grove.
Okay.
And then you have Beast, but like you can't add a third Yavimaya. The third Beseiju has diminishing returns for field. Basically everything, you just have to keep your... Because these are also broken, you have to play 4 of these.
Yeah.
And then everything else basically has to be a 1 of.
Okay. So you basically warped this entire deck almost to make Field of the Dead work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the deck was already warped because of the Saga version.
Yeah.
Like the Saga version doesn't play this, so I'm playing this instead of Saga, which has been really, really broken.
Yeah, I mean, we walked in on you at the very end, or I guess it was like turn 1 or 2. What happened in that last game? Walk me through it. Actually, walk me through your whole match. Yeah, why not that?
I actually think my opponent was probably a favorite to win both. Or not a favorite. I think he was pretty ahead game 1 and then scooped, and then game 2 he had 1 draw step. He had 2 draw steps to draw. Reanimate.
Okay, so for context, your opponent was on Black-Red Reanimator. When I was walking by in game 1, I saw your opponent had a Gristlebrand in play, and there was also like a Sarah's Emissary.
So what happened was he had Gristlebrand in play and Sarah's Emissary.
Yeah.
He like reanimated both the Gristlebrand, drew a lot of cards, and then I presented. I just started I had mazes in play, so when he reanimated Emissary, he named land. So then what happened is...
So Sarah's Emissary can name land?
It names card types.
Okay, Planeswalker as well?
If it's a type.
Yeah, okay.
So he does that, and then what had happened? I animate.
Welcome to round 2. You may begin.
I think I make a 20/20, and his Gristlebrand was reanimated with an Animate Dead.
Okay.
And I killed the Animate Dead with the Sage.
Ooh, that's cool. Okay.
I attack him with the 20/20. He has to block.
With the Sarah?
With the Sarah. So then on his turn, he has to reanimate again. He reanimates Sarah to live, and he chooses Creature to not die.
Okay.
So now my mazes are back online, and I just start making zombies, and the only way in my whole deck to beat that is Blast Zone. I have to loam towards my Blast Zone and Blast Zone for 7.
So you had outs.
So
Okay.
I'm thinking I could also just deck him.
Yeah.
Long as he doesn't have a second Archon, because he had pitched an Archon on turn 1 to unmask. Some of them play 1, most of them play 2 to 4. I assumed he had more. So if he didn't have another Archon, he would have decked.
Okay.
Because I would have made 8 Mazevets and decked him.
Yeah. That's funny.
So he eventually, I start making zombies, and like I Beseiju all his lands, his 2 Lotus Petals, and then eventually he reanimates Archon. But I think I have like 20 something cards left, and I'm milling loam every turn, and I have to find my Blast Zone, because when I find Blast Zone, I can crank it to 7 and kill him in 1 turn.
Yeah. Wait, so he actually got the second Archon into play?
He reanimated the second Archon, and then after like a turn or 2, he just kind of scooped. He said, I can't beat the zombies. I think for some reason he didn't realize that all his guys had flying, and he could just attack into me, and I would have to maze his Archon, but it would still trigger every turn.
Oh,
so he had to deal 3 damage to me a turn with Archon until I died.
Yeah. Okay.
But actually, after he scooped, I looked at my top 6, and the Blast Zone was there, so I would have gotten there.
Okay.
But that didn't happen. And then game 2, I was on the draw. I mulled to 5, he mulled to 6. He went Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, Show and Tell. Put into play Sarah's Emissary.
Wait, did he have a land as well?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He played out Swamp. And then he showed into play Tell, Sarah's Emissary. I put into play My Mana Bonds. And then on my first turn, I played a land tapped and passed. And then on the second turn, I drew Dark Depths. So I surgicaled his Dark Ritual. So off his 1 land, he couldn't go Dark Ritual into Reanimate.
Yeah.
And then his hand was Entomb Gristlebrand.
Oh.
So at the end of my turn, he gets to Entomb and then PO a Reanimate to win the game.
Yeah.
But I think he just ended up scooping. He said he was dead to the Dark Depths, and he just scooped.
I mean, I saw like your mana bond like put Thespian Stage, Dark Depths, and then also put what is it called? Was there like a Caracas in there as well?
I had Caracas, yeah. So
Yeah.
he couldn't get Gristlebrand. He had to get Archon. He had to get Archon, Reanimate, Edict you, and then the game was over.
Okay.
But he did go for it. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
I think he was a little tilted because I.
Yeah, I'd be like, what the fuck if you did that to me, honestly, because I mean, like, you know, we're friends, so I know you wouldn't do that to me, but like.
Definitely would.
All right, so why is this deck good then? Why wouldn't you just play like regular lands?
We're 1-1 now. I think regular lands is not very good. I think it's medium against Delver. Like, I think this deck's about the same against Delver, but I think it's not good versus Control.
How do you feel about this deck, Ely?
It looks really sweet.
Yeah?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm only conceptualizing it. I haven't played against it yet.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Like, it definitely seems like it abuses exploration and mana bond more, which is what the deck kind of needs to do.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, punishing Friars is just kind of dead anyway, right?
Yeah.
I'm playing with Grove because it has a different name.
That's like a real like, I mean, I guess, yeah, Murktide, Dragon's Race Channeler, like Endurance. Yeah, Punishing Fire is really not that good now,
It doesn't do anything. The reason Punishing Fire is good is because it helps chip down Planeswalkers versus Control. So regular lands has to have P-Fire because if they don't, Control decks will play all their Planeswalkers. But this deck like mushes the Control decks because I don't have to combo, and Saga's, it's good against Control, but it's not broken.
I agree with you. It's something that people, I think this is way scarier. Field of the Dead is way scarier against Control than...
So this deck like uber smashes all the Control decks. Your combo matchups are equally as bad as lands. They got way better since I added the Crop Rots, the Stages, and the Depths. Because before, this was Uro, these were blue lands, and these were just other lands. Like, I think I had a Horizon Canopy and something else.
Okay.
But I was losing to Delver, but with 8 combo pieces, 4 of these, and then 8 of these to find them, my Delver matchup is swung like way around.
So you think you have a good Delver matchup? I mean, you know the meme, right? Like, people are like, oh, I have a good Delver matchup, but then...
I mean, this deck is favored against Delver probably by like 5 to 10%.
But I actually do I trust your opinion more than, you know...
I mean, Lands is objectively good against Delver. It's just, I think Lands is only medium versus Control because they only have 4 exploration. They don't even play Mana Bond.
Right.
So the endings just kill this, and then once this is gone, you're like kind of screwed. Saga is like a medium threat. The best thing they can do against Control is stage the Saga.
Okay.
Which is like really slow. And I just thought ever since Lands stopped playing Mana Bond, doesn't play Gamble, they play like Endurance and Reclaimer in their main deck. I just feel like, what are you doing? It looks so bad. I haven't played the deck since it cut Mana Bond.
Wow.
Like, I just thought the deck has been bad for years.
See, I remember your history in Legacy, so like you played a lot of like Threshold before, and did you play lands before that?
No. So I basically started playing Legacy in like 2011. I just played like random decks. I didn't have like a deck I played. And then I top-8'd, my one true good finish was I top-8'd with GP playing Rug Delver when I was horrible. I got so lucky. And then I just only played that deck for years until it was like bad. And then,
didn't you win an SCG Open with Herde?
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about that? Oh, no, I'm kidding. Okay.
I mean, whatever. That gets memed on, but...
Yeah.
So, and then there was an Open where I didn't want to play Rug Delver, and I was just trying to see if someone wanted to trade Legacy decks, and Kurt Spies had this deck. And
Kurt.
And he had beaten me in the finals of an Open in like 2013. And so I just picked it up like cold, and just to play for fun. And I think I top 16'd, but the deck felt pretty... I was like, this deck is pretty broken.
Okay.
Because Deathrite was legal, but no one played Surgical at the time, or Edicts, or White, or STP. STP was at an all-time low.
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm trying to think. The graveyard hate everyone played was Cage, because Elves and Reanimator was super popular. So Cage was the best one. No one had any graveyard hate, and the deck felt super broken. And then I basically fixed the deck because I think it was like 10 cards off at the time, maybe like 8. But they only had like 2 depths. I added 4 of these. I just kind of reworked the deck at the time. And then I played Lance for years while it was broken, and then stopped playing it.
Okay.
And then I played Delver Yeah, because I played Delver during Treasure Cruise. I played Delver during Ren and 6. I played Control during one Ren and 6 tournament. I built Snowco. I built 4-color Snowco.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I had that deck for the week 1 open before anyone else was playing that.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
We top 8'd. We lost in top 8 to the Mirror, I think.
Wow.
They were playing like P-Fires and stuff, which was bad, but it was good in the Mirror, obviously. And then I played the Stifle Rug Delver with Ren, and then I won then I won it open with that deck with like Dilks and stuff. I played D&T some, but only online. I didn't have any IRL finishes playing D&T, and I'm kind of in a limbo where Delver is the best deck. I play it when I have to, but I don't think it's fun at all.
Yeah.
It's a burn deck. It's not like Delver used to be. It's a burn deck.
I think okay, so here's my personal thought is very recently, like with Ren and 6, like Oko, Dreadhorde, Expressive Iteration, it's not like you know everything about like back in the day, like Nimble Mongoose and the concept of actual tempo, and like that does exist in this like version of Delver, but it's not nearly close to the degree that it once used to be. I feel like Delver nowadays is basically just like Jund, kind of.
It's just a burn deck.
Yeah.
You just play it like the best Delver draws are where you play 3 creatures in the first 2 turns.
Yeah.
Because like used to, like Delver would play 4 Spell Pierces, and I think that version of the deck is fun, but I think this one's not fun.
Yeah.
So I tried everything in my power to not play that deck.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. No one really ever talks about Force of Negation, but like Force of Negation kind of removed like Spell Pierce and Spell Snare from the format. Not entirely.
Not in Control.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I really like, those 2 1-mana counters, because it really like rewards you for like how you play in the middle of a match. But
I agree.
Magic teams
The other reason, 4-color.
Elf Kid is also asking if you're willing to share your sideboard too, or if you are deckless open.
What can they see? Is this on camera?
Just the play. Right now, just you. But here, I can adjust it. So this is the sideboard. Minor amounts of glare, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. I think people understand. So
I don't think people in the tournament are going to watch your stream. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, I hope not. Anyways, okay. So field of the tokens always stay strapped. So extra dark depths. Oh, okay. All right. You gotta respect the OG Cold Snap token,
I've
right?
had this since 2007.
That's pretty freaking sweet, actually.
I got this. My local store has a binder. It used to have a binder with all the F&M promos, and when I was a casual, I thought this was cool, so I got one, and I traded for a dark depth for 50. I bought one for 50 cents for my EDH deck. Before it was like, this is like before EDH was like really popular.
How much is this?
Like 10 or 15 bucks. It used to be maybe 20 to 30, but then they reprinted all the tokens. This has been printed a bunch. Not foil. This is the only foil one.
This is like special though.
Yeah,
okay,
so
yeah.
I've had that since then.
Wait a minute.
I've literally just had it. I actually used this another time. I top aided, my first tournament I ever top aided was SCG Richmond when they were 10 or 5Ks. I played Junk Depths, the Vampire Hexmate's Living Wish Mental Misstep deck.
Dude, that's before my time. I did not get to play Legacy when Mental Misstep was around.
I was horrible, dude. I got so lucky.
Yeah. You played 2 Tabernacles?
Yeah, it's not a budget.
You wanna sponsor my next campaign into cover it? No, I'm kidding.
I own this one and I'm borrowing this one.
Okay, fair enough. That makes more sense. Okay, yeah. I think Tabernacle is too powerful for any one person to have multiple copies of.
This was a holdover because before I had crop rotation, the only way to tutor lands was Talaria West or Mulches.
Yeah.
So like you needed more just to draw it more.
Oh, okay.
I had 2 main decks.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But
no, that makes sense.
Ever since adding 4 more Singleton lands or 4 more lands of the same name and Dark Depths, I didn't have room for another
I'm
one.
going to be super honest with you. The sideboard actually looks really clean. Like, you're maxing out on relevant graveyard hate.
So
you're maxing.
The only combo deck you can beat is Black Red Reanimator. So I'm going to only try to beat that, and this is good in the mirror.
Okay.
This is also good versus Uro decks because if you surgical Uro, they cannot beat you. It is not possible for the whole deck to beat you.
Treat the. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
I mean, I lost a Mentor round 1.
Oh yeah. You want to talk about that or?
I mean, he just played Mentor and Court of Grace, But when I surgical him, his deck didn't have Teferi. He had 2 Mentor, 2 Courts, and then on turn 5, I had the Dark Depths combo in play.
Yeah.
He was able to play Court with STP up, and if it took him like 1 or 2 more turns to get that position, I would have made field tokens, and then the Court would have been bad because he can't play it. And then he played both his Mentors a couple turns later, and then just overran me.
I see.
So
that is something.
And he had Surgical in his deck, which no one else plays.
Okay.
Because Surgical is really bad right now.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't touch I mean, Endurance is just so much better because it is also good against Delver, but I guess Jeskai can't play green, so...
But even the Jeskai decks, they play other stuff. They just play, like, Force Negations and whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Because they, like... And against Reanimator, they're not as worried because they have so many Narset effects that, like, they don't really need to stop Gristlebrain. They can just kill it. So,
that's
like,
interesting. You have... So you're choosing Surgical over Endurance for the reason that you're talking about, like it's just better again.
Endurance is not good in this deck.
Okay.
Because first off, you don't have that many green spells, and you need all of them.
Okay.
Because you're never casting it. It's like Bonnie against Delver, but this is a better graveyard hate card, and Cage is more powerful, and it costs 1.
Okay.
So this is good against Elves, and then this is good. This blows the mirror out even more. Green-white Depths, you board this in. You board it in against every Uro deck so they don't stand a chance. And then I have 4 of these because it kills Murktide. We kind of need to resolve these, so this helps get this through.
Okay. Yeah. You're talking about, sorry. So, yeah. Red Blast, I mean, Red Blast doesn't really... so I was going to ask you, what is the red for in your... Because you have to pick an auxiliary color, right? And it makes sense that you play, like, one of the best spells. Yeah.
If you were to play white is up there because you could play a Ganjo, which is a removal spell.
Is a Ganjo... You said... We talked about a Ganjo last time. You said it was contentious. Like, you had mixed opinions, good and bad things to say about it, right?
I mean...
That was in Death and Taxes, though, admittedly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in Death and Taxes, I definitely play a couple.
Yeah.
But in this deck, it's a good removal spell. The main reason to play white in the sideboard is you can play Deafening Silence. So if you were playing versus Storm and, like, with a wheel decks, like the LED... Old Breacher decks, you would want that card, but those aren't really popular because those decks are very bad. So that's fine. Black offers nothing. There's no black cards.
Okay.
The only black cards are Surgical and Leyline, which are free.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of funny. Black just like I feel like it has not gotten any support recently. Like Thoughtseize used to be, remember like the curve of like turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Stoneforge, like turn 3 Snap Thoughtseize, like.
Blue,
things change, yeah.
With blue, you can play Flusterstorm. Uro is a big pickup. Uro makes their control matchups better. It's good against control because if they counter these, it bridges the gap faster.
Yeah.
And it gains you life, so they can't really kill you. And you just get, as long as you trigger field, you win.
Okay.
You can play Flusterstorm. When you're playing a Tularia West and Odawara, you can play a Pact of Negation to tutor for.
Yeah.
But I don't think that card's
tournament players. If you are having difficulty reporting your results.
That's about it. I mean, I thought about trying to play Gamble.
Yeah.
Like, I thought maybe about cutting these, playing Gamble.
What would you gamble for?
Well, a land.
Okay.
An acceleration when you need it. The other thing I've been thinking about doing is, like, making the deck more mid-rangey, like maybe cutting these and playing like Uro, Gamble, and something else.
Oh,
shit. And then maybe trim down on this and play like Mox Diamonds again.
I do like the explosiveness is kind of attractive though.
A lot of ways where you play against control is what you'll do is you'll play land go for maybe 3 turns and then start casting Mulch. And then what you want to do is you want to get like 1 to 2 fields in your hand and like hopefully as many as you can, but like 1 is usually fine. 2 is like unbeatable. And especially post board, you want to have like a Pyroblast on these. So then, like, when your hand stocks, you play this. They have to counter it. You make them have 2 forces, and then if they don't, they literally die on the spot because you make like 8 zombies.
Oh, that's how it works, right? So if you put like field and like a bunch of unique lands, you'll get a trigger for each one. Okay. Yeah. So that's a really. I think when people like build decks and talk about decks too, and this is one of the reasons why I was really excited to talk to you about this deck is. It's very hard for people to explicate like game plans, logic, idea. Like I know Jarvis is very good at it, but Jarvis is also like he just like thinks differently, like in a very good way. I'm saying that in a very good way. So I like that you have like game plans set up and certain play patterns analyzed and sort of figured out. And I would imagine that is also like just due to your like history of playing, you know what works in certain situations and what doesn't. So
this card's insanely good.
Beside you? Yeah. Yeah.
It's mostly it kills Blood Moon, Back to Basics. I killed the Court of Ambition against Delver. You leave some in, like you have 2 to 3, because they only like one of the ways they try to cheese you is Court of Cunning, and this just kills it uncounterable. I mean, the way that some of the control decks try to beat me is by hard casting Shark Typhoon, but you can just kill it.
Yeah, that's a game changer for sure.
And it's all uncounterable too.
Yeah, real quick. What was your one-liner on why Uro didn't make the cut? Like you chose this version over the Uro version with like Odawara because what?
It was the Delver matchup.
Okay.
Because with Uro, I didn't have stage depths, and so if you're only playing against Delver's field, you have to maze all their creatures.
Yeah.
And that means the only land in your whole deck you have to wasteland is Mazeveth, and it made it much harder to raise. And Uro itself doesn't really beat them because if they counter it one time, you're not really good at playing it 3 times.
Okay.
So you kind of run out of juice to keep exhuming it or whatever.
Yeah.
Or
how would you sideboard versus Delver? I guess that's like what are the bad cards in the matchup?
I cut 2 to 3 fields.
Okay.
Well, I bring in the Tabernacle, the Blast Zone, the 2 Dark Depths, and then 4 Pyros.
Yeah.
And then I cut some fields. I cut. I think I usually you can trim like a low maybe. Trim some of these.
So you play a lot slower of a game, and it's kind of interesting that you like with the way you've built this deck too. You can pivot between game plans. I think that's pretty smart deck building.
I was hit or miss with this deck. I feel like the big breakthrough I had was basically I had 0 to 1 stage even before depth just because it had a different name. It copied field. It was just a good value land.
Mm-hmm.
I think going forward, I would always have 4 of this card because even if you draw 2, a lot of times I'll play this on turn 2 or 3 and then copy your land so it has a different name. And then once I'm set up, I'll copy one of my own lands again.
Okay.
So that's good for that. It gets a different name by itself, which is good.
Okay.
So it makes playing 16 of the same land not as bad. I didn't have time to test Uro in this deck. Like, I don't know if there's a way to play this and Uro.
Yeah, to fit it all in.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to fit it all because this makes your control matchup a lot worse. Because Uro was really good. It was best against control because they have to interact with these, and then it bridges the gap and it draws a card. So it kind of did everything against control. Against Delver, it was good, but it just wasn't powerful enough to be its own game plan with the rest of your deck setup. But I think it's possible that you build it that way.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't have time. I ran out of time.
That's totally. I feel like I learned a lot here, and I hope everybody watching also got really good insight because I mean the way you presented also was really good. I'm gonna go figure out what to do now between. So we're a little 10 minutes into time right now. So I think the next round will start in about 10 minutes. Oh look, hey Rodney, what's up? You want to chat in a sec?
What?
Do you want to chat in a sec? Actually, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. Do you think you could take care of my Twitch chat while I'm gone? This is a huge responsibility, Rodney. I promise you, they don't bite.
You do it.
Whoa.
Absolutely not.
Hi, Twitch chat.
You
What's up?
got best tech ever, best deck tech ever as a.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Do you know where the bathroom actually is?
No. Hold on.
It's probably somewhere here. I'll find it. I'll be right back. Don't miss me too much, yeah?
I think you gotta go outside. Bye.
All right, see ya.
Gravy has been meaning to hit me up for a card order. There you go. Hi, Tearjupine.
To do the next match, or to get his next match. Is it cool if you put your stuff over here, and then I'm gonna give him the phone again?
You want me to ask him to switch seats?
You're not allowed to.
You try. They won't let you switch.
No, because it's Legacy, Modern, Pioneer. So if you switch it around, like then the Legacy player gets to talk to them. It's their rules, and I'm not gonna.
You need more links in here, so you can just.
Well, what do you want me to do? You want me to sit right on the edge? You want me to just move over here so you can.
Who am I? I'm having a lot of fun at this event. I'm teaming with Carolyn Kavanaugh and Brittany Davis. You can find both of those people on Twitter. They're really cool.
And yeah, we're gaming. We're having fun.
You know what? I tried playing your green-white field deck.
Okay.
It was, I think it was medium.
It's a little weird.
I tried, I ended up getting here.
Hold on. I like exploration. Oh, is this just like lands?
Sort of.
Mulch lands?
Yeah. I tried the green-white deck. I think without Mox, you're kind of a little slow. Saga was bad in that deck without Mox or exploration. It was hard to. It was so
without
slow.
exploration. Yeah.
I tried building a lot of green-white exploration decks or exploration Saga decks with like field Saga, dark depths, like kind of like a hybrid deck.
And loam.
Not loam. I don't think I even played no loams.
Yeah.
I just could never get there. You had so many like you would draw this and be terrible or like.
Yeah. I saw someone playing 62 cards with 2 loams in green-white.
I couldn't quite get there. I think you just have to play green-white or play this or play regular lands.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got dazed out by Ely, so Mox Diamond good.
Are you playing the green-white deck again?
What am I playing? I'm playing green-white Urza Saga. Wait, Adirag is in chat? Well, the Zoomies all finally came in after having all of their travel arrangements completely destroyed. Let's see. How many rounds? It's 8 rounds today. Yeah, so all the Zoomers got in at like 4 a.m. and 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. And they're all here. They have decks together. They're gaming, so that's a win. And now everyone has left. I'm the only one here. Yep, let's go. Calling Jarvis beer. That's not allowed. How much time is left? Oh, we're 16 minutes over. Oh yeah, sacking Bob. That probably would have helped a little bit. I think he had a Dragon Rage Channeler and a Delver. I don't think he had double Delver in game 1. So yeah, that could have helped in game 1. That was a good line that I did not think of. Jarvis does explain stuff very well. Yeah, he drew like 3 Wastelands in game 1, and also had his, I mean, of course, I don't know. I think in game 2 I could have gotten like a Glacial Chasm at some point and maybe bought a few turns. My favorite build in TFT, I don't know. I never played TFT. I only got room in my head for one game. I guess Yu-Gi-Oh! I got 2 games up in my brain. But I've never played TFT.
Backpack upside down?
Yeah.
This is pretty smart.
I need to get one that has a strap here.
Oh, those are very useful, yeah.
But I can't find one that like is also big enough that I like, and I want to go look at one in person.
Okay.
And I just haven't ever done
Did
that.
they treat you nicely? Were they?
That was okay.
Well, who said what? Who do I got to beat up?
Chad said Honorog's looks weird today.
Oh.
Yeah.
In a good way. In a good way, I imagine. You play TFT?
I don't play TFT.
Oh, okay. I just read Jarvis is talking about stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched your match with Ely, and it was weird. It did not play out like a normal game. You know what I mean? Because I genuinely feel like green-white is you want to play against Delver.
Game 1, I could have swords to plowshares. His Dragon Rage chain was very early.
Yeah.
And I know he got like 3 Serve Belts into the graveyard with that.
Yeah.
So like that just drew him 3 cards.
Yeah.
And I was like holding it for Murktide region, but maybe I was supposed to just kill
It's
that
hard
thing.
because you had swords in Okay, go set up. Alright, best of luck. Alright, time for I'm gonna move you guys just a little bit. I'm gonna update the round pairing in just a sec. But first, so we're gonna do modern this round.
Oh, are you number 1 now, or are you taking it away?
Huh?
You taking that away?
I'm keeping it here. Yeah. Wait, Will, how are you doing today? Are you winning?
Yeah, I won both my rounds so far.
Okay. So basically, you're carrying the team.
Yeah,
As far as I can tell.
except we lost game round 1 with 2 game losses.
Wait, what's up?
I had 2 game losses round 1 and we lost.
And you still lost?
Yeah.
What the?
I won in 2 minutes and then I had to watch the team suffering because we lost these games.
I'm so sorry, dude. That's a wait. Nobody told me this story. Wait, there were double game losses in round 1.
Steve and Stewart were super late. They hadn't filled out their deck list. They hadn't done anything. And yeah, they lost.
Interesting.
We had to help Abe sleep his deck.
Wow.
Players, your round 2 pairings have been pushed to the canyon.
All right, Edgar. Here's the deal. I'm gonna watch your match this round. I'm gonna give you this phone. It's the companion app, Wi-Fi. It's pretty straightforward. Plus, minus, plus this, that. Just update it when you can. If you forget periodically, totally fine. Does this screen turn off? It shouldn't. And if it does, don't worry about it then. I guess. Yeah.
Have my trash. I was like looking at food. He goes, food? Because you said the delay. I was like, he's shopping right now.
What's up? Oh yeah, I'm not allowed to jump around between players. That would be a sick one though. Yeah. So how, you guys are 2-0 then? Okay, come find me first thing after your match. Okay. I think the format would be just like in the 1-1 bracket. But I think Danny Davis. I'm streaming the tournament. Is it cool if I stream your matches against this team?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot.
Just tell us what the stream is after.
What's up?
Tell us what it is after.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Your best now, Ingram results list.
So in the 4th grade, my friend and I were really obsessed with the Lion King, and there are 3 hyenas in the Lion King, right? There's Shunzi, Bunzi, and Ed. And so the guy's name started with an S, so he took Shunzi, and I was like, my name doesn't start with a B, so he just called me Unzi. And then 4 years later, someone added the D. Well, it's my origin story. It's a pretty bad. I mean, it's like a wholesome origin story because everybody loves the Lion King, but it's relatively.
As a completely uneducated person, I look at it and I'm like, I could see that being like an Indian name, but I'm like, his name is Honorong.
Yeah, why would I, right? Yeah.
That makes more sense when I.
So I'm gonna be watching the modern one. Yeah, so you guys are good to do whatever. I'm out of your hair now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm like, oh shit. Okay. I don't recognize the voice.
It's nice if you need it. Odd or even your
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Now you get to be a part of it. Yay.
Yeah, big fan, man.
Odd or even you call it. Odds. Even, I'll play. Can you put this somewhere? Because I can't see it. Huh? I just got shocked for a second because you turned it towards me and I was like, did you just show me a sideboard on accident? And then I'm like, oh, it's a kid. Okay. We'll figure it out. Don't even that one prompts
I've only been obsessively counting
every round.
Every round.
Just one.
Oh no, you're fine. I was like, it's fun. I don't want to mess it up.
No, it's me.
No, mine, but you show me a Yorion. I'm not sure. You gotta play that.
It's not really.
No.
We were talking about last time, like, we can meta this all we want, but just go. It's happening.
Good luck, man. I'll be able to play, obviously.
Yes. Yeah. Revealed Yorion.
Yep.
Draw cards.
Well, competition
I'm also
exploration.
That is big.
Your parents have been posted to companion and are on their way to the board
The way it works now is we both have to remember. If you forget and I have to remind you, you have the trigger goes on the stack. But if I also can't forget now. The default is not kill it. Okay. Go ahead. I talked to the judge, so I'll keep track.
Saga? Combat?
I'll play Mulch. I'll get my dice and my zombies out. Just a second. Well, I'm gonna hold back on this stuff. Alright, I'll pass.
I don't know what to put in.
Pioneer and 11 a.m. Pauper. Your round 2 pairings have been posted. Please head to the pairing boards or check your companion app. Once again, 10 a.m. Pioneer and 11 a.m. Pauper players. Your pairings for round 2 are posted. up to the stage. We have a official of your match result. Derek Spiraro and Emilio Valdespino. Thank you.
Worst part of it. Yeah, I can't use hand size as an excuse. Who's in that? Oh, the mulligan. Fuck. You know, I'm told it's good, but I don't know.
That's a really weird game.
I like the song it's over.
I have unbelievable ones, but I only have 4. So
Oh, yeah.
it didn't feel like enough.
I get made fun of it because when I come to these things, I spend more time buying tokens and basic plans. Alright, let's do it. Planes, tap it, make a pile. That's it.
Yeah, that's I was like, wow, that's a light.
Planes? Yep. 11. Combat?
Yeah, 17.
And turn?
Pass, right?
Yes. Insta. Don't force mistake. You always hope it's in the top. Lime sandwich.
to be a land with a land type, so I assume you only have blanks. So 4, 5, 6, then a 2.
No jokes on you. I have all the claims dual lands.
Onto the battlefield, onto action.
Gonna do something here.
Just the testing stage. This one's a fight, though, guys. So this one is nothing. This one is a plains. I'm going to use this one and copy your port. Play mana bomb. Move to my end step, trigger this. Discard loam, put in play blast zone, 3 fields, and then 12 zombies. Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and these are 3 different lands.
Attention the following players. Isaac Cruz, Chris Bremet.
What about
Please submit your results for a company.
I'll catch up with that later.
Once again, Flesh and Blood players. Chris Bremet, Isaac Cruz. We are missing your result. Please enter it in the gym or come to the main stage.
I'm just gonna move real quick, guys. Give me 1 sec. Is this match done?
We're game 1, so we didn't get to finish.
Oh, well.
Do you want to play game 3? Camera?
That's all good. You guys do whatever you want.
Practice in chat. Attack to you if you want to walk around against you. Want it?
What's up? Yeah, if you guys are gonna play, yeah. This is high level Magic right here. Like,
he's not putting his counters on his captain enemy. Oh, I don't even know what that does. His opponent's dead if it hits them. Part about captain enemy is it's self-reduced. Really? You might just win A, not win another.
Well, what the hell does that card even do? It's like a 4 or 5 or something?
Board 4 bottom tag. Like, 50 says so much. It makes it 1 bigger, unblockable. Yeah, just typical new card design. Just they have to give everyone the tags.
It is like not even a set, right? It's like an unset or something. Yeah.
so you guys are now 3-0, right? Okay. All right. Cool. So 3-0, and then they're resolving their last match to see if they'll go 2-1, and then I'll try it again next match. I'll see if I can watch Corey play that deck.
Now this is gonna be the one where I lose for sure. You know?
That is how it works.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna set this stuff here. I'm gonna go pee and stuff. And I looked for Tommy's.
All right. Yeah. So just to clarify, the Ely's team has already won, but they're in a game 3.
Well, I got stuck on 2 lands game 1 and knew it was blue-white, so I did what I remembered you're supposed to do and just save the time.
After it's been drawn a card.
I did exactly what I knew I was going to do and pieces over my Jace with the rest of the piece to play.
Yeah, go for it.
When somebody's...
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the... I'm assuming...
Legend about player Ryan Lee. Legend about player Ryan Lee. Please come to the main event stage.
Attention Flesh and Blood calling competitors. Your pairings for round number 3 are now available online. Paper copies will be on their way to the pairings boards momentarily. Please make way so that the judges can get to the boards. Once again, pairings for round 3 of the calling are now available.
Modern Challenge Plus players, your round 1 pairings have been pushed to the companion app, as well as paper pairings making their way to the pairing board. Here is table 471. Please find your seats.
Oh, I'm sorry.
SCG attending Paul Deegan. Paul Deegan, please report to the event stage for a missing item. Once again, Paul Deegan to the event stage for a missing item.
Attention Flesh and Blood calling competitors. I have your feature matches for round number 3. Table 806 and table 828. From 806, Yang Ji Yang, Jacob Baugh. And from table 828, Matthew Dilks and Travis McDaniel. Those players, tables 808 and 826. Correction, 806 and 828. Those players, please proceed to the feature match area.
30 shapeshifter sealed Flesh and Blood players. Your seedlings from their construction are posted at table 685. That's Flesh and Blood shapeshifter sealed towards 1230.
What? That's like your deck, your foiled out deck?
For the most part.
It's sick.
Yeah, it's looking really unimpressive on camera, that's all I read.
Oh, that's alright.
Yeah.
Calling players, if you are still making your way to your
Yeah, the good old.
I'm gonna be on camera, that's what my deck does.
It's okay. Don't worry. Your deck is gorgeous. So is it? What are you shooting for? Like all foil Japanese or?
What am I going for?
Yeah.
Just foil.
Okay. Yeah.
The initial result was a randomly foil.
Fair enough. Sounds good.
What's up? How are you? Okay. Hey, does that code get...
Do people play Steam Vents because they don't have 4 vaults, or is Steam Vents stock?
Because I couldn't remember.
Yeah, I think it's the 5th vault. Yeah, it's pretty stock. Yeah. because you want to play Darcy on turn 1, but you also want to have days. Yeah, Basic Mountain's really bad in this deck. Yeah.
Even though all their photos would have more.
The old stock photo.
Yeah.
But I was wearing the shirt.
Yeah, I know. I watch you. I don't know how to play Magic anymore. I watch you.
You gotta get that updated photo.
How do you do that?
You say, hey, here's a photo, update it.
And they go, no thanks.
Yeah. All you gotta do is tweet it, tag them, and be like, they got my wrong photo again. And then they put pressure. Oh, wow, yeah. That would make me mad.
Like Gab, Rap, Pizza, they can do a bunch of people.
Are you guys like over here?
All right, one second. I'm gonna reposition. Actually,
Someone like over around kind of thing. Really just want to fix seating. To show off his.
well, let's be real.
deck.
Fixed seating, I have come to find out, is
It's broken.
it's so good.
Yeah,
It's so good. People have a couple questions about your deck. Can I talk to you about it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
well, I'm gonna migrate this over.
Can I ask a quick question? What is this clamp? Like I've never seen this before. And
It's supposed to clamp to a table, so yeah. So this clamp just like clamps to a table, and then it's like a phone grip. There's a phone grip on the top, and this was like my first prototype. Like this is like the idea behind the stream is like it needs to be very compact because I don't know what space requirements I'll get, or what I'll be given rather. So yeah, it's literally just like I'll show you. So you.
No, you made that then?
No, God no. I don't have any handy for that. I'm not that.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out where that came from.
Oh yeah, like literally the first one did something. Yeah, they're all generic. Well, I'm assuming they're all generically the same. This one's a little bit more convoluted, and then this one I literally just bought from Best Buy yesterday. So
I've gotten several different tripods. I do my own in-house stuff.
Oh, okay.
But I'm always looking for
Yeah.
more ways to get a good top-down angle.
100%, I agree with you. I'm still learning myself. A lot of this is experimental, especially like with the software and things like that. So, yeah, if you have any questions, I mean, feel free to keep asking me. I will.
I'm sorry. Be able to sit on melee this time?
It always works, but it takes 5 minutes of this.
Fair enough. I mean, if it doesn't work for you, we always have the next one. So
Okay. Did we give that to you, or you?
No, we take it back up to the stage. I'll go hand it out. Right. Thank you. Yep.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Yo.
All right, so we definitely met earlier today. Hold up, I didn't unpack real quick.
What's up, chap? How we doing?
Hey. So you also had a pretty successful Pro Tour event too, right? Because there was like a lot of I don't know. I feel like every time I tune in, I see Corey Baumeister on the screen, and it's like always a good time. I was doing a small co-stream with Jarvis, and just like something about your energy is I try to like. This is how I learn, honestly. It's I look around and I see what people are doing, and then I take the things that are like the best, and I sort of just like absorb it. Like I'm a giant sponge. And
exactly
so,
what
like,
I'm trying to do with content. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, like, I definitely steal like your energy and your charisma because, I mean, it's up there.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
yeah. So, I mean, let's talk about your day today, and then we'll just go on from there. So you guys are 3-0 now.
We're 3-0. Yeah, doing well. I think I don't think any of us have lost a match yet. Me and you didn't get the finish. I guess you just played it out. Wow. I didn't get to finish one match, but otherwise, the team's just been winning every match. So
Okay.
Good start.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. This is a pretty long event, which is not what I was expecting because last time was like 2 like 1-day events, and now finally we're getting back into the gist of like the 2-day events, right? Because even like
which
Dallas,
I like so much more. The 1-day events.
I think the events like finished at like midnight or something, and I was like, I'm not for that.
We only finished shortly after tonight because we top 4 split. Until 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's like ridiculous. You know what I mean? I have next to no interest in any of that. Well, okay, so
Their
like
flight didn't split, by the way, and they only played till 2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I think they're gonna learn. I think it's a bit of a learning, curve coming back to this, coming back to the new world that isn't the SCG Tour.
Mhm.
So it's gonna be a little bit of trial and error from them as well.
I think so.
imagine, for
Yeah.
SCG, but
And that's totally fine. I mean, a lot has changed since like we last had tournaments. So just to be clear, I just want to be clear. Anybody who's like watching right now, the team right now is we got Ilya on the right, Corey on the left, and we have Pete Ingram as well. At the very last SCG team event that was in January of 2019, these three won that event, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Richmond.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Yep.
so we
We're
kind of
defending our long title here, our
Ex-
3-year drought here.
yeah. So yeah. So you're playing Modern today, and you're on 4-color creativity, and I honestly I don't play a lot of Modern, but when I dipped back into Modern, this was a sweet deck, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, like this is control with like a little bit of combo. Is there anything interesting about your list, or like, is there anything you want to talk about?
Well, first, I think most people would know me as the Grixis Death Shadow player, because I absolutely love that deck, but with Luris going away, it hit it a lot harder than I thought. You know, like there's some really grindy matchups.
Did you win a small tournament with that deck?
With a small one, the Indy, thanks. I got my sweet token. I'll have to give you one, but lost out on Luris, so a lot of the control matchups ended up being a lot worse.
Okay.
And those were like just kind of auto free wins
Before.
So I played a little bit with Grixis. I didn't have a lot of time because I was commentating, crowning the Mad Mage over here. So, I didn't get to test as much as I wanted.
Wait, can I pause on that? So when you say, I saw that earlier, like the Mad King or the Mad Mage, what is that a reference to? So it's like the signature right there. Is it just like, is this like what you, like?
So he was playing a venture deck, and there's the Mad Mage dungeon.
Oh,
and
okay.
Everybody was going to the Fandelver one, like just the whole weekend, So the venture deck was the breakout deck of the tournament from your team, Channel Fireball and all them. And just everyone found Delver every time. So on coverage, they were like, this venture deck is sweet. This mechanic we haven't seen in a long time. But nobody was doing anything else. And then in the finals, he was going into the Mad Mage dungeon over and over and over again. So, now we just call you the Mad Mage.
That's kind of cute. Okay, I like that. I like that. I like that.
A very grindy matchup in which we had saw just going into Fandelver, ended up losing after a long grinding game. They outvalued by just a little bit.
Okay.
So I was like, let's go into Mage. Let's try something else.
Different? Yeah.
And then after you're recalled for free once, you're like, oh, okay, I'll be going to this from now on.
I mean, that's the perfect time to play test too, just like in the finals of one of these PTs. It's like, whatever. Okay, I'm here. So you're locked for Worlds now, right? Okay, that's sweet. I think that's super cool. Yeah. Okay.
That is sick. But yeah, anyway, it's still about the deck. Just played creativity because Ross was playing it a ton. It was a deck that I thought was comparable power level to Grixis Death Shadow. Now it has some inherent variance that I don't like. You can just draw Sarah's Emissary and Emrakul and stuff, and then your deck doesn't function properly. So I hate that aspect of the deck, but otherwise when you don't draw those landmines, the deck is very powerful. And like you said, it's combo control.
Yeah.
Combo control has historically been one of the most powerful archetypes ever. So. Yeah, big fan.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So you are playing the Sarah's Emissary, you are playing the Emrakul, you're not playing Archon of Cruelty, which is the other... so what's the reason for that?
I think just the Archon deck is super clunky.
Okay. What's the difference? I know there's difference in mana.
Yeah, they add black mana, they play 3 Archons, and some of them play Kassis and stuff. I actually played it round 1. That was the match I didn't get to finish, but... It's just a lot more clunky, I feel, and there's times when you just put an Archon into play and they cast Unholy Heat on it, and just kill it. But if you creativity for 2, game 1, you have Emissary and Emrakul, and they're not playing a Supreme Verdict deck, you win basically every time.
Yeah.
So, I don't really see the appeal in playing the Archon version.
Yeah.
But what do you think? You think the Archon version? You haven't been playing a lot, right?
I personally like Archon, but only.
This isn't your interview.
Your version's better against Grixis Death Shadow.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Which it is a tricky match. It can be bad.
A lot of the random jank out there, and Archon doesn't crush it.
Yeah.
You're not getting a Holy Heat, you're souping up a Core Spirit Dancer or something like that. You're fucking like, Archon, yay!
Yeah, but what do you know? You're an Ultimate gamer now, so...
I won.
Yo, all right, what's up, Pete? How's it going?
Yeah, he got to play the last round. How unfair.
For the stream.
Yeah, for the stream.
It's all content.
I haven't lost a game yet.
So wait. Yeah, that's kind of interesting too. So I'm gonna come back to the monitor, but you were playing blue-white, and you were just like, eh. But then like,
yeah, I mean, like,
they're on your back right now? Is that what I'm hearing? Like,
I mean, it's no inverter, but
it is no inverter. Oh my god. It's still in my heart. But no, the deck's really good.
Okay.
Wandering Emperor is a great card. Got a lot of tools. I like it.
Okay. Yeah. Empress has like, I mean, it won like one of the challenges in Legacy. So like in Pioneer, I mean,
really?
Yeah. So it's got space somewhere. I think that card is like fantastic. I mean, I was a little bit bummed that the first Flash Planeswalker wasn't like blue and like didn't draw cards, but I'm also very like narrow-minded and picky. But like it's turned out very good, and I think like it's also got appropriate power level because you can't make it too broken, otherwise it's just not going to be a fun card. But that's good to know. Yeah. Cool. I do like the matching shirts, by the way. BCW.
Yeah. Sponsor. Gotta represent BCW.
Yeah.
Buy their sleeves. They're good.
There you go. Some people are asking for a deck tech. Is that something you're up to, or you want to just like talk about it? It's fine. One way or another.
Maybe later. I don't want to fan it all out.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
I think every single time I get deck checked or deck teched where I have to fan it out, I mulligan immediately every time. It's just...
Dude, I have weird... Okay, I know being superstitious is like... Okay, like I get it, like like whatever, but like every time same thing happens to me, I get a mulligan. Every time I don't like wash my hands with soap in between rounds. This is the weirdest thing. I don't know why. Or re-sleeve, I mulligan, and then it's just like... I got weird quirks. I got problems. Anyways, that's besides the point.
But if you really want to see my deck list and you don't want to be impatient and wait till the end of the event, I have a Patreon where you can find my deck list and sideboard guide. Plug.
Yeah, it called, Corey? Yeah, get the bags.
Oh yeah, patreon.com/shit. Corey B MTG, I think. Check out my Twitter. I know I have links there.
Yeah.
At Corey Baumeister. That's easier. Good call. Ray, yeah. Ray? Yeah. I just gave out my secret there.
That's gonna be a pop quiz question.
Yeah, that's a good pop quiz question. I feel like when you learn about someone's middle name, you're just like, oh shit, bonding moment. You know what I mean?
Just like, oh my god, that's a name. I didn't know that. You have a name?
Nobody's ever gonna remember mine.
What is it? No, I thought it was Ely Mad Mage Kassis. Yeah. Did that ever work? Did it cement?
Not yet.
Did we ever take that slot?
A judge came by and picked it up.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
So that one judge didn't want to pick it up. The other one did.
Yeah, I think as you get closer to the end of the round too, judges are all like trying to just facilitate things. And
what are you talking about? This was in 2019 when we were still playing.
What's up?
When we were young.
This is a nice deck box. Another BCW product.
Your 3-0? Let's go. Yeah. Yo, let me ask you about your matchups though. So you said round 1 today you played against the 4-color mirror?
Yep, mirror match. Went to game 3. These jerks won before I could finish.
It's not okay, guys.
Not cool. Then I played again.
Anything exciting happened in that match? That one seems kind of weird. I've always felt like the Teferi mirror matches are stressful. They're just like stressful, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it would slow things down repeatedly. No, nothing too special about that one. The second match I played against the mighty Linguini. She's a great player. She's playing Grixis Death Shadow. Got stuck on land game 3. I was able to turbo out a pretty good draw, and then I just played against Johnny Hobbs, who I just kind of destroyed, to be honest. I just had a good draw. You know, I beat him down with dwarfs. I ended up just winning game 3 with just dwarfs. And
what was that matchup?
Grixis Control.
Oh. Did it have the new card like Hidetsugu Consumes All?
Maybe, but
No,
the 3-mana Saga.
3-mana
really
Saga.
good.
Yeah.
I thought that's a sideboard card for him, and he wouldn't want to bring it in against me.
Okay, yeah.
But just dwarf beatdown. I ended the game with 4 prismatic endings in hand. Just kept drawing them, and we played Murkside like 6 times, and I just throw bombs. Nothing too crazy.
Hey, what's up?
Something good?
Yeah, just hanging out. I need to find a way to get coffee. I realize that I can't leave here in between rounds in case one round finishes. And so just like I'm waiting for somebody to lose so I can like like politely ask for coffee, which is kind of a weird thing. But it's all good. Are you guys all winning too?
Yeah, we're 3-0.
Okay, nice. Maybe you'll show up here. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, like, how much do you need to win before you come back on stream?
Oh yeah. Well, I told this team that like they're here until they lose. Like,
what's up, buddy?
You know, and it doesn't seem like they're gonna lose. Oh, look at that.
Good to see you.
Tannen. How's it going, dude? How's it going? Doing coverage for Flesh and Blood now.
So it's not me like saying anything negative or anything. It's the most awkward broadcast I've ever been on. So our round one feature
Wait. Oh my God, details. Zoom in.
Our round one feature match was with an NFL player named Dalen Mack, who's actually insanely good at the game.
Wow.
His round one opponent just doesn't show up. So we spent 5 or 10 minutes, like, you know, talking about Dalen, like talking about the matchup, how he plays 20 games a day. Dude's like he's a monster. Just guy doesn't show, so he doesn't play.
Blood Discords are always jamming games. Like the Zoomers in Magic, that's just everyone in Flesh and Blood.
It's because you can't practice. Like the game's hard to practice. So there's no online client.
And then you had Craig that couldn't come, right?
Yeah.
Wait, he couldn't. Oh no. So who's the second commentator?
There's a guy here named Flake. His name is Matt DeMarco. He's from Canada. He's actually cast Flesh and Blood, but he just came to play, and I was like, "Yo, go get a suit." He like bought a suit at the mall.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So
wow.
And so he's like, "Yeah, done." You know. And so then. So we do the backup match right line. So they get into round 2, and it's hard to tell who's like, you know, the best player in North America or whatever. He's like playing against some younger kid. I don't know this format at all. And the matchup is just like a fucking banger. The game's like absurd 4 turns in. It's like it's the best deck versus the best deck, and they're just hitting each other with everything. Oh yeah. And there's like there's awakenings going on, like crippling crushes, like all the big attacks.
Dude, look at this energy. This is great.
And then a judge just shows up. Right, and they start talking. I'm like, free bet went back to the booth. So they come back to the booth. 25 minutes goes by. Because we can't do the backup until it's done. Right, so we have to wait for the backup to be done. The backup also has a lengthy judge call. Right, because we have D-Root, former Pro Tour champion, D-Root, the backup match. Okay. So like we're trying to get that, and so Brian and I just have to vamp for about literally 20 minutes. I'll tell you this, I'm good at talking.
Yeah.
Eventually you just like run out of shit to say, right? So we're just talking about random stuff. Also we have people talking in our ears all the time, like, you know, hey, another judge is involved, like, we're making a resolution soon. The judges came in through the booth, they're like, we'll be done soon. I'm like, when will soon be now?
Yeah.
And so it ends up, Tark's opponent is disqualified.
What?
And by the time we're done with all that, the backup match is over, but we only have like 12 minutes left. They're like, yeah, it's an illegal card. No, I'm not gonna say what happened because like I don't think there was intent to cheat, but something happened.
All right, whatever. Yeah.
Like none of us think there was intent ever.
That's still crazy though. That's the.
We couldn't do the backup match. So I was like, we'll see you in round 3.
I totally understand why this is awkward.
Yeah, I don't think they get through round 1, but yeah.
Brutal.
How's it feel to have like Pro Tour champions on your team?
It's pretty good.
And then there's you. We were talking about this earlier about team tournaments and how much fun it is. Like one of my first big ones was me, Brennan, and Caleb Daryl, right? Yeah. Another one that we lost in the finals, by the way. And so the same thing happened every round. We'd sit down, right? This is when Brennan was like, you know, writing a ton. It was like the number 1 standard guy. And so we'd sit down and the people would be like, oh, hey, Caleb, like, I love your stuff. I love your stream. Like, huge fan. Like everyone else would be like, yeah. Brennan, I love your stuff. I love your art. I love your stream. And they'd look at me. Hi, Caleb, I love your stuff. The funny thing is, like, I was streaming and writing at the time, and I'm just like,
wow. Yeah, against those. We had a good one. Sorry, I have to tell it again. We had a good one. Someone comes up on Milan, and he was just like, I tell him who my team is. He's like, oh shoot, that's crazy. You got Pro Tour champion, you're an invitational champion, and then the third guy.
Like, who's the third guy? Like, who do you think you are? He probably doesn't recognize you is all it is.
And then he finished with, Pete is an insane player too, but I like to leave that part out of the story, because that's pretty funny.
Look at all, I kind of miss it over here a little bit. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm loving the Flesh and Blood stuff. Game's great, my job's great, but like, I do miss this. Just being in the trenches with the team.
Well, come on back. We're welcoming.
I had to let somebody else get second place, dude. Like,
you have to,
right? Can't always be me.
Gotta stay on brand, though. So,
I am running on a lot of caffeine right now.
Yeah.
Dude, what's your source? Plug me in right now, please.
I had somebody go to a Walmart, get me a 12-pack of like the V8 energy drinks, because that's what I like.
You just put it
Wait,
straight to the
V8
vein.
makes energy drinks?
They're amazing.
What is it called? Is it just like V8 energy or something?
Yeah, V9. Energy. Like the one I like is pomegranate blueberry.
That sounds really good.
Servings of fruit
goes all the way up to 11.
It's a full serving of fruits and vegetables, and it's green tea caffeine.
I think it's better.
I'm not supposed to have. I mean, dude, I'm not supposed to have. You're not supposed to have caffeine. I'm not supposed to have. We're like gremlins. We come with a set of rules.
Oh god.
They feed us after midnight when it lasts.
Exactly.
Yeah, I drink way too much caffeine. I mean, I love it. Like coffee, I had this conversation the other day with someone. I was like, what is the one kind of food you cannot give up, or like beverage or whatever? This person was like, no, was it? Whatever. Ken was like, my friend was like beef or whatever. I was like, you know what? I was thinking like for a long time it'd be some sort of meat, and then I realized like, no, if I wake up and I don't have my morning cup of coffee, I will like burn my house down. You know, just like
I drink too much Starbucks as well. Caffeine. Like I used to be addicted to like soda. Like I used to drink like 5 Cokes a day.
Yeah.
There was sometime in like 2000. It was like my first year of college, like 2003, 2004, somewhere in there. It was my first or second year. I haven't had one since.
That's actually to go cold. Like I've tried that before. My stories have not been like remotely as successful. Yeah. But like now, like with G, you're just like, I never needed it. So
I'll be back. Peace out, chat.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all do your thing. I'm not gonna take over this anymore. Hey, good luck. Great to see you.
Yeah. Come back, check in at some point.
I mean,
let us know if you want to eat with us at some point.
Yeah.
Let us know if you want to eat with us at some point.
We have a huge reservation for tonight, and I need to.
Hello.
This is gonna happen.
So what happened for the Pioneer? The one? Nice. So you guys are 2-1. Very good. Yeah. Dude, I swear to God, I came in at the perfect time for your match. Because like this is exactly what you were talking about, where you just like stock up your hand, and then we just like just pedal to the metal. Was it 12 tokens or something like that? Yeah. Yeah, it was ridiculous. That was pretty great. And then, Edgar, is there anything interesting about your deck? You want to talk to me about your matches or anything like that?
It's pretty stock 4-color control. I'm playing Ragavans. Some people don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just good. You just get like a lot of percentage.
Oh, you think that Magalhaes is good?
Well, it's good in the deck. For some reason, people don't think it's good because they don't play it in the deck. So I don't know. I don't really get it.
I think it's probably good in any.
I think like all the ephemerate nonsense that people do in this deck is like just bad. Like you can just play all the good
I've
cards.
slowly, it's just like too clunky.
No, not elemental. It's just control. I mean, I have elemental, but it's not like risen rate and shit.
Yeah. I do like that you're playing Counterspell. That made me a little bit happy too.
Yeah. Some people have been cutting that. I guess the thing I'm doing different compared to most lists is I have a lot of Eladamri's calls, but I'm not playing like the ephemerate stuff. Because usually when people play Eladamri's call, they have like 3 Ewits and 4 ephemerates, and they just like try to do that. But like I just have Eladamri's calls, and then I have less copies of like the really high variance cards like Fury.
Okay. Like endurance, that sort of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and then I get to play like some bullets in the sideboard, like Magus for Amulet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you have? I was doing the high stakes event. By the way, I don't know when the next one is, but you said you were interested in that, right? Yeah. So I'll follow up. Yeah, but we were doing that one, and I think Stefan had like 2 main deck Magus, 2 main deck Eladamri's call.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit, this event is actually just terrifying for people like me who have no range, because you just get like so hard targeted that. But yeah. So that's I think some people were talking about Eladamri's call being really good too. That game 2 hand you had, I saw was a 1-lander with like double Ragavan.
It had double Ragavan and 3 1-mana removal spells gets burned.
Okay, but only like on one. So you keep that. Yeah. Okay.
And it had an abundant growth. So if the Ragavan can heal once, then I have at least a Utopia, worst case.
Okay.
Until I draw another land. So like any land will turn on my hand. I think it was a keep. I wouldn't keep it on the draw, but on the play I think it's worth it.
Okay.
Like if they kill my Ragavan and I play another one and they kill that, then I could lose. But besides that, I think it's fine.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything because the announcement kind of just like.
Yeah.
Where's Miller? I gotta find them too because Oh yeah, what were you saying?
Basically the only way I lose or my hand is bad is if they just do double removal spell my Ragavan.
All right, rate this comment. Edgar not playing Amulet is a crime. True or false?
No, I haven't played Amulet in like 4 years or something.
Dude, honestly, you explicitly are the reason I will never touch Amulet, never play Amulet. You posted this tweet once.
Plays it so good, and you feel like you can't
Yes, that is. He posted. Yeah, he was like, all right, you have like this is your hand, this is the board state. What do you do? And then this guy just like literally Microsoft paints this like 10-page thesis that's like, it was just like it's like a decision tree. I'm like, well, this is what you do. This is how you do it. And then I was like, all right, I'm done.
Those are the good days.
There goes my.
The deck became a lot less fun when they printed Triad because like situations like that. The thing is that like almost everything, the solution to almost all of them is just tutor up Triad and kill them with Magalhaes.
Oh yeah.
So like, but the last time I played the deck is when Once Upon a Time was legal. When Once Upon a Time and Triad was legal, the deck was really good.
Okay.
But I put it down for Urza Modern, which was like obviously the right choice.
Yeah.
I really never picked it back up again. I think it's kind of just been bad for a while. Like it can beat some decks that have some good matchups. Saga's like pretty good, and it got that. But other than Saga, it like hasn't gotten any new cards since Dryad, and every other deck is getting so much stronger.
Okay.
Yeah, but Besegu's better against Amulet than Besegu is in Amulet. So
which is kind of funny.
But do you know it can hit standstill?
Yes.
That I saw like that Twitter post.
I also on Moto testing this week. I killed an Eidolon with Besegu on turn 2, just like
That kind of broke me when I realized that they just like, cause I mean, okay, no, standstill is that one kind of card that really like either it fucks up one of the players in the game, and seeing like Beseju break that dynamic with standstill really just like
all the standstill players like responding to that tweet just had so much copium. They were like, "Well, it's still 2 for 1." It's like, all right, dude.
So what were your matchups today? So we saw you play against Burn.
Yeah, I played against Hammer last round. I won game 1, and then my teammates won, so I didn't finish.
Okay.
That match was really good.
Okay.
I'm playing 4 Beseju, which I guess is not something that everyone does either, but like that just fucks up Hammer.
Oh, you are playing 4 Beseju?
Yeah.
Okay, it's that good?
It's that good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it's a deck that already wants 4 Rens, and then you have this like real engine that just completely destroys some decks.
Okay.
Like against Hammer, you just need to bridge. Like you need to get to a turn where you don't have to use a removal spell, and then you can just go like end turn, kill your thing, bring it back, and you never die for the rest of the game. It's like impossible. And then I lost to Mono Blue living in round 1. He got pretty lucky.
Gotcha.
It was a blunder.
Yeah, and it happens. In the game 3 against Burn, I was watching. I feel like those kind of games are really how like it comes when like you're playing against Burn sometimes.
He just draw one of the cards that he could have made, which I didn't do.
Yeah.
Because like my opening hand was really interaction heavy, but I needed to draw a hammer so that he couldn't come back, and I just never did that. Like if you draw an Omnath, the game's over.
Oh yeah. And you have what, 7 of them in the deck?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm gonna go talk to Dom because I told Dom I would meet him in between rounds, and I don't want to let down on my thing. So. Over there, okay? Or if you want to sit here, either or.
I can move it.
Yo, what's up?
Good, man.
Have I met? When's the last time I saw you in person? I feel like the last.
Did you ever see me in person?
It may have been like peripherally, which is a weird word to say. Peripherally.
Sure.
I don't know, whatever it is. But either way, good to finally see you again. Yeah, I'm super excited. What are you playing today, and how are you doing?
So I'm playing Amulet in Modern C. I was actually trying other stuff, like doing my due diligence, not winning enough to feel confident, and eventually just kind of guilted my team into being like,
It's really funny that you said that, because Edgar just left after saying how much he didn't like Amulet, which is it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny to me. Yeah.
I mean, I will continue the search for something else. It's not not reliable. But
what's your team's record right now?
So we're 2-1. We just beat the Nathan Stewart, Tomiko, Oregon team.
So
beat us. Good job.
Yeah, we got to clap Abe in Modern. That was nice. He was kind of
a power.
Do that power ranking thing that goes on Twitter.
Wait, what's the power ranking?
They had like multiple flight delays and stuff too.
Yeah, they didn't really have time.
Like everybody messaged your team name and power ranking.
After Oliver starts 1-2 in the tournament and then forgets to register his teammates' decks, I don't think he's in any spot to be like passing judgment down on other teams. But I was thinking initially if we had more time, because we had the set championship and then like a bunch of other stuff going on. My teammates were busy as well. With more time, I think we would have put me in Legacy on like lands or Green White Death or something, something in that space. Connor kind of ran the numbers from the NRG events, which are same region-ish, probably same player pool roughly.
Okay.
And it's like there's just not that much content on paper.
Yeah.
So if you can like hard target Delver.
I did that for the SCG too.
Yeah.
I did 350 players and cataloged other archetypes. The field was like maybe 10%.
10%, wow.
And when you come to a team event, it's going to be less because they're going to play good decks. Combo decks are horrible. If you look at their online, you play versus them 1 or 2 times a week, but their win rate is literally 45% at best.
Yeah.
The best combo decks are 45%. So like, when you come to a team event, only like no one who's like playing on a good team is going to play a combo deck, and no one else is either.
The thing is, the label of combo is so broad as well that like you look at stuff like Reanimator, Oops, or whatever. Even if your deck is not structurally favored against those, if you want to beat, like you can use the stars, you can do that.
You can only beat one.
Yeah. There's stuff like land against Doomsday or whatever. It's like you just ignore its existence.
Yeah, that's true.
Take the L.
Combo decks are sort of like Storm, Epic Storm, Doomsday, Reanimator, and there's a bunch of like artifact combo decks.
Yeah, and like elves kind of the same in that space.
Yeah.
I kind of assume that for teams you get a lot of like Reanimator in favor because it's pretty easy to build, pretty cheap, but that doesn't seem to have materialized at all.
It's not great, but it is. That's the only combo deck that was popular in Philadelphia. It was like 20 copies or something.
Yeah.
So like beating the graveyard decks is easy as 4 lands too.
That's true.
Oh, here's the question. OP Magician is asking, who's on your team?
Oh, my team. It's Connor Mullally in Pioneer, so on Lotus Field, and then Milan on Delver in Legacy.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, your lands list look pretty interesting. I've seen that approach like online, popping up a bit, but didn't get to test it myself yet.
I've changed it a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the standard new deck thing. It's like competitive players don't really build new decks. Like the casual people who are just building stuff for fun build new decks, and then they get tuned, which is what I was trying to do with this.
Yeah.
I played a lot of those. I don't think I've quite got it right, but I'm really close.
I mean, like so far the deck has looked really good. I don't know. I mean, it has some weaknesses for sure. Like, I mean, but right now if nobody's playing Surgical, then that's a really good sign. But then also like the way you play too, I don't know. I just like something about end step make 12 tokens. Okay, like that.
It's a metagame deck for sure.
Okay, yeah.
Do you like it in like the lands or depths kind of pseudo mirror?
I think I'm a huge favorite.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good. There's in the VOD somewhere we did a deck tech with Daryl, so I would recommend. It was in between round 1, in between round 2 and 3, right? Yeah. It's 8 mulch. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was thinking of trying like Commune with Spirits.
What?
Commune with Spirits.
I never tried it. I thought it was bad.
Yeah, I think in your list where like the actual card quantity from the multi effects is pretty important, but like in stock lands, I think maybe it's worth a look there. It's like,
wait, so
excuse me.
So you just played against the Tamaiko team?
Yeah.
And what was your final record? Was it like you won, and then
I won, Connor won. Like he had a good matchup in that seat, and then we left Milan to just play against Tamaiko and Legacy.
Okay.
Assuming Milan won there too, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I know Delver's is in a weird spot, like where it's like I don't know if it's actually like a 50-something% deck or if it's like a 40-something% deck.
Yeah,
that's a concern.
It's worse in paper than it is online.
Yeah.
Because online, you get to beat all the combo players, but in paper, you have to play against all control decks. And I think control decks are kind of tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's also this, like, so much room to There's so much room to
Every blue deck.
Any brainstorm possible, yeah.
It's definitely an above 50% win rate deck by like a lot.
Well, I think Murktide Region is just a really good card, you know what I mean? Like, so it doesn't really matter. Like, I was talking about this with someone else, but it was like, sometimes you just play cards that carry, you take those free wins, you know what I mean? And Delver just has, I would just say Delver has the largest percentage of those, right? Like, every time I watch Ely play Dragon's Race Chandler, I'm like, this game is probably going to be over very soon. I was saying to someone that is probably the most like complex card that has been printed as of late, and I'm pretty sure that a majority of the players that lose probably has something to do with that card just not being spec'd well. You know what I mean?
And I'm assuming Ely has just like a gorgeous Delver deck.
Oh yeah. People are asking where are the miscut duels.
Actually sold my collection. So actually,
whoa!
Yeah, I rebought everything I would need to play, but everything's unpimped and no, nothing for it, nothing foil.
Okay, well I mean, it looks very kind of smooth. It still looks pretty smooth, you know. But
I got out of the game.
Yeah. Okay, because I remember like watching you play. Like, wait. So how recent was this? Was this pretty recent or?
So my collection?
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
over COVID. It's probably like 6 months to a year ago, somewhere in that range.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean those, like all the stuff that you had was like, it was like peak rare. Like the other day I looked at Roland's deck and I was like, everything here is like Japanese foil, and it took him like almost a decade to put together. And I'm like, even these cards do not compare to the rarity of like your miscut. Wait, so like, how did you even get miscut duels?
Well, I used to have revised sheets.
So you literally cut them yourself?
Scissors? I didn't cut them myself, but I had them cut.
Wow. How does that work? Wait, I've literally, this is something I have no knowledge about.
Yeah, the cutters actually, it's their trade secret. They don't reveal how they do it.
No way.
Because to replicate how Wizards cuts a card to have like the perfect corners, apparently it's really hard.
Wow. Okay.
So I was thinking if you had the sheet, like in theory you could deliberately miscut it a certain way and then end up with some like very rare thing.
It's like diagonally or something.
It sounds like
You
not
also
good.
get trouble for some alpha cards for that reason too, right?
What?
Some alpha cards are like too rounded.
Yeah.
Did you have to go to like the people that do wizard stuff to have them cut it? Did you have to go to like the people who do stuff for wizards to have them cut it for you?
No. Contractors, they have ways.
Okay. Yeah, that's such a weird thing. It's like because like not everybody actually has like just a revised sheet hanging out. Wait, actually that's a crazy question too. How the hell did you get a revised sheet?
So I've actually had over 30 revised sheets.
What?
Everybody and their mother was coming to me to sell me sheets for like a period of a decade. I was just paying top dollar, so
yeah.
I ended up cutting antiquity sheets, revised sheets, like a lot of sick sheets.
That's so crazy.
How much is a revised sheet?
Well, the first one I ever bought was $1,000, but now they're probably like $15,000 for a set. A revised sheet's actually 3 sheets: common, uncommon, and rare.
Oh, okay. Oh, take notes, everybody. This is
low.
Yeah.
15,000?
Yeah.
Well, there's one of each duel. It's not like you have.
There's nothing else really, right?
What's that?
There's nothing else besides 10 duels.
I mean, there's a lot of other stuff, but there's not anything that adds up to like thousands more. Yeah. Because like, what is a set of duels now? 20K?
I have no idea. Yeah, if you say so, I believe you.
I think so, and that's a 40 set. So.
Yeah.
It's
Magic team tournament players.
Looks like the thing has reset.
Round 4 pairings are posted.
So I'm going to
Will be shortly posted on the pairings.
move things around real quick.
Please find your seats for round 4.
Is it you cut it yourself? To me, it doesn't feel like a genuine miscut because like it's an alter basically.
That's why they called it NFC.
To the battles! What'd you say?
That's why they called it NFC, not factory cut.
So, can you tell the difference between those two?
So a really good trained eye can, but not always.
Okay. So, the other thing is, did you feel like you're like destroying Magic history by cutting a revised sheet?
A little.
Hey, I might be bailing on dinner tonight. Either you can come and we have to figure out if we can host a reservation. It's not my thing. But I don't know if this is a place that you can use, like Pogo, the Chow.
Magic Monument.
Yeah, you gotta have Todd. He put me on a reservation and said, like, you know, I was the last spot. So I don't know for sure if they can open it.
I'm gonna move the. Can I move this? Corey, I give you this phone. Can you use it to keep track of life total?
I will definitely try.
Okay, thank you. And if you don't have to be super diligent about it, but yeah, if you do, and then I'll probably pass it off to Ely if you finish first.
Your pairings for the second
Hi there.
Legacy, right?
Yeah. I'm streaming the tournament. Is it okay if I cover this match, this table? All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to be doing the modern match, and then if there's time, the legacy one after.
players and offer players at 11. Your pairings are posted.
Huh? I know, I'm sorry. I'll meet up with you guys now.
Magic Team Tournament players, as a reminder, you are not permitted to offer or accept any compensation in exchange for setting the result of your match. You are also not permitted to use a coin, roll a die, reveal cards from your deck, arm wrestle, or use any method to determine the outcome of your match except for playing magic or choosing to intentionally draw. If you wish to stop playing the tournament, please come to the stage and tell the scorekeeper or mark drop on your results slip. You have 15 minutes for round 4 and may begin.
This ain't.
That's like, yeah.
turn 2 is not the average. That's for sure, right?
No, it's not the average.
Yeah.
A little bit.
It's a little bit. That'd be a turn 3.5 then, right? Usually? Alright, well, cool. I'll have a great time.
Bubble or any card in your hand.
1, 4, 5, 6, reroll.
Last two. The other one, right? Yep.
Flesh and Blood competitors Lee Kimball and Mason Galvin, please report to the event stage. Lee Kimball, Mason Galvin, please report to the event stage, please.
Trying to make a turn 2 you. No. Wait.
Yeah,
I'll talk.
Are you putting this on Twitch or something?
Yeah.
What's your Twitch? That's comes in. Where, sorry? This is what I'm playing.
I'll take 2 and I'll bounce it.
Until then, so feel free to
So I thought I was like, man, maybe he's just like, he Kassis stuff like that. I was like, all right, yeah. 100%.
Daniel Rothar to the event stage, please. Daniel Rothar to the event stage for a missing item.
Players in the 1:30 p.m. Pioneer Challenge. Your pairings have been posted to the companion app into the pairing for, once again, 1:30 p.m. Pioneer players. Your pairings are going out.
Attention, calling competitors, that is time in the round. Please finish the current turn and play one additional turn. If there is not a winner at the end of that turn, your match is a draw. Once again, calling competitors, that is time in the round.
I'm going to shortcut you these again, okay? Yep. Well, obviously coming in one at a time.
Brandon Matthews, please report to the main stage. Brandon Matthews. Brandon Matthews, please report to the main stage. Brandon Matthews.
I'm gonna name a creature. I'm gonna play Alpine. I'm gonna name. In my head, I was like, oh fuck.
Advanced step. Fire blast trigger.
Attention calling players, your pairings are live online and are making their way to the pairing stores. Again, calling players, pairings are up.
Players in the 12:30 Modern Challenge, your round 2 pairings have been pushed to the companion map and are going up in paper. Once again, 12:30 Modern Challenge players, your round 2 pairings are going up.
I'm gonna go fetch out before you go. Do it again. And then go ahead. 17 now, I think.
Still don't shut everything off, right? Yeah, I know we can tell. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't think that lets it add any mana.
Add any mana? Well, does it make everything mono? No, does it make everything mono?
Oh, gotcha. No, I think that ability is also better.
That's what I would think, but I know there's some weird like timestamp where it still gets to like
Calling players,
and like
feature
works for
matches
like
round 4 will
works
be
for,
table
I mean, it obviously works for
815,
Jordan.
Austin Yost and Alex Scott.
Good.
And table 843.
Cut.
Hello. So we were just wondering the interaction with Dress Down and Dryad. I know there's something that like if it loses its ability, it still gets to. It still. I know there's just something weird that I don't remember.
Charlotte Warlock and Eden Corlico. Again, that's table 815 and 843.
First. So, Dryad Armor is right now has no abilities. So the unit that
If you are still making your way
all
to your
them
table,
are still
please raise your
advanced.
hand so a judge can assist. Welcome to round 4. You have 55 minutes. You may begin.
change type, apply layer. So what this is doing is changing, they're now becoming all other than types. And in layer 6, this then takes away all abilities from creatures. But this has already gone into effect. And so for the time. That is my understanding, but if you want to appeal, you're welcome. I better appeal. Okay. Alright. Min? Min? Min?
What do you need?
Can I have the table for a second? I've got an appeal.
On the stack, yep, and then I play dress down in the spots.
Okay, so the Dryad of the Elysian Grove on the stack?
Yeah.
So it's just, okay.
Yeah.
And then you go to dress down in response, enters, which is resolve abilities, and then so what are the questions?
You know, basically, what it boils down to is like, does Valakut still work? You know, if it makes things mount. You know.
So the question is, are they still mounted?
Yes, with dress down, basically. That's, I think, basically all we're looking for.
Okay, no worries. So my understanding is that there's more than just is that because the player is higher than the ability, or before that first really grant type, and then it would be able to take the type
Yes, so yeah, I think the judge's ruling was that they'd still be mounted.
But that's an accurate ruling in this case. So layers are a little bit of a what we end up with here though is because the types are granted in layer 4, which is the lower layer, even though it loses that ability later, we don't go back and undo the regarding ability.
Okay, okay.
So then in the ability layer, the ability is gone, but the effect of that ability is already
That does make sense, yeah. Okay. Yeah, alright then.
my favorite is to make sure you get your time.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Maybe next up?
So this is still on the stack. This is coming into play. Now I am going to draw a card. This is still going to be on the stack, okay? Okay.
As a reminder, players, you can pick up your commander package at the entrance to the command zone. And if you have the answer to the call package, you can pick up your additional promos and your box at the prize wall. If you have the infinite challenge package or the infinite go again package, you can collect your swag at the prize wall as well. Make sure to check in with Justin or Gail, and they will help you out. Once again, commander packages can be picked up at the entrance to the end zone. Infinite challenge, infinite go again, and answer the call swag can be picked up at the prize wall. Thank you.
Just so I can let you know. Anything. So I can have a data for That's crazy.
On-demand judge to the main event stage, please. On-demand judge to the main event stage.
Here's my phone. Sure. And then, yeah, we're going to talk.
Yeah, sure. Six.
Yeah, no kidding. A collection of funny people. Got it. Yes.
On demand, Judge, please report to the stage for 3 OD lunches. Judge, please report to the stage for 3 on-demand lunches.
He saw too little of the deck? Yeah. I was like, that's the one thing I got going for me is I lost so fast and so badly. At least you didn't know what I was on. But don't do that.
No worries if not. Thanks.
All right. You know what? Believe it or not, if you have that draw from game 1, I think you just win. I don't think that's too much. All right, good luck. That's all of them up. It was turn 2 kill through ice. I iced on the FD. How sick is that?
That has traditionally been like insane or
I didn't do it at all. Yeah.
You lost the shot.
Okay.
on-demand judge to the main event stage, please. On-demand judge.
Flesh and Blood player Daryl Lloyd, please come to the Flesh and Blood scorekeeper. Thank you.
I think you have to do this. I think I'll do it. Oh, they do have protection. That's how that works. I'll attack the one up.
How's the day going?
19, so 12 to 19?
It's a great contract.
Alright.
With John
I'm going to beat everyone who doesn't cast Outlaw of the Great Rebel against me today and playing up to 20. It's possible I didn't think about whether or not I could beat an Eidolon. I didn't play around Snapchat or whatever. I didn't think about whether or not I could afford it. I'm not sure. It has been in the red deck long enough for me to like be actively thinking about it, so I just needed to think more about it. So yeah, next two is still very nice. Gotta keep fighting, which doesn't look a lot to bring it back. I feel kind of bad, but that's what it is.
Sorry, I've not been doing that.
Soon, Alice will have 3 cameras. They'll have just like a but yeah, it's working out. It's working out well enough. It's pretty sick match too. Yeah, for sure. It sucks because doing this, you know, people are talking about it. Yeah, because you gotta respond and stuff. Yeah.
Hey, you didn't finish.
It's good. Every single time I was about to trade to you guys want to finish? I think it's like, if it's creature land, I don't think you can win, right? Yeah, and I drew the table every time I was going to create a team.
As I said, I'll have a shot.
Yeah, I'll do 4 for 6.
Yeah.
I could have locked on 6. I mean, you hit the memory or the what, the otherworldly there, so. Yeah. 3 cards now?
I guess Dresden. Yeah, I had the first one out again in Gus and Dresden, but I thought Dresden stuck out of the ability.
Plus, I'm going to make this a 3-3.
So sorry about this.
6
What's up?
Yeah, I don't know. The fact that
3-3 now. It was a 1-1, 2-2, and now a 3-3.
doesn't deal with damage, I kind of forgot about that too. You know, so that no matter what I do. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had Gus too. We had another path to play another one, but I think I was just going to do another one.
As time in the round.
Yes.
Thanks,
buddy. Yeah. Whoever has the most losses out of us has to sleep on the couch, not the bed at the hotel. So.
Dude, that modern match was like...
That was sick, yeah.
That was
a good one.
And I think I saw one when you drew it.
I know. I drew the angel every time.
And like the second time, like I saw you, damn it, I was like, you drew the angel.
Yeah.
Or something like
Whenever
that.
I'm shaking my head, it's because I drew that fucking angel every time. That is the only variance I hate with this guy.
My God, now.
Yeah, that's why I love it better. I mean, our time's the same, I guess. I got one more match. And you have to play 4 colors just last through double block, you know? Alright, dude. What's up? Yeah, yeah. No, you were against me to play each other.
Oh, it's okay. I don't think we will be. We're not doing well.
Okay, okay.
You guys 4 out?
Oh, yeah.
I got 3 in my head.
Okay, you can look at my perfectly stocked double list.
Okay, okay. That's what I want to do.
Perfectly stocked. It's like a spicy burger.
Yeah, I think they hit
Is it always on? Yeah, it's not that good.
I mean, it can be good, but it's not.
Yeah, or like because my hit double land or a third land, that doesn't really do anything, right? That's like a late minute addition that I thought.
Is that right?
Some application here.
Yes.
I still don't really know.
The amulet's definitely relevant.
I didn't even realize you had moved the camera over.
Yeah, no, no. You guys said this game was good, so I was like, all right.
Can I take this up for y'all? So, Team Eli with the match 2-0. Team Eli with the match.
Oh, yeah.
That's 3 or all 4 wondering?
It is, right? Okay,
Steak and shake.
It's an ambitious meal like mid-game.
Go ahead and make another dude.
But
Change to the rocks and water.
it's good. It's works out and right about, so that's the whole reason. But having fun, I get so hungry.
I went last night.
I think everyone's gonna focus.
Yes.
The spot.
Yes, it's so good. No, thank you for that shot, Alan. And the variance that I just happened to me in these 2 games was like
Cemetery,
one man and stuff. So
Cemetery, 1 main. You know, like X for 2 is just always a win.
X for 2, and what would kill the radical. And then also the variance take out then you can do it for one. Like something you hit everybody win, and now it's still 4 men or something.
Yeah.
You know?
It's terrifying, but yes.
Yeah.
That's a big fish.
How was this control mode? Was it good?
It's actually really fun. Yeah, it is really fun.
Looks painful.
Fill the stack. No! No! Yeah, you're good. I'll take the 9.
Sick game.
It's like that's just a direct on one lamp or not? Oh! You can beat the date, but you couldn't beat that, bud.
You're on the same, you got to sit with him for like 8 more rounds.
He really wants you to win. You don't get it.
Yeah. Man, that was really fucking fun. That was probably the most fun.
Whenever I glanced over, I'm like, God, Peter's having me blast.
I really am. I could kind of tell by like the way he was playing. I was like,
No,
oh,
they won.
this is
Yeah,
phenomenal.
yeah.
That was
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Back to
I think the biggest mistake I made.
reality. There's a banana peel here. I'm going to just throw this over.
I was worried about Wonder Dipper because I had no way to answer it. Like in that point of the year. So I was like, look there.
I think so. Are you playing with offset still? So I made that change last night. Yeah, I don't. Dude, I didn't know that. At Hensers, I think we just did it for you. It's just yeah, like that
doesn't make sense. Well, think about Pyro.
Wow.
Yeah, Pyro's important.
Or they're fastest start to the best card.
Yeah, exactly. Like that matchup, the Phoenix deck.
All right, so Daryl's team is going to Steak and Shake to get food. I told him to kind of surprise me with like what to get, but yeah, I don't know. That was a.
They're right there.
Oh, they're already back. Oh, they went to Chick-fil-A. I feel betrayed. No, I'm kidding. All right. Yeah, that's. I'm still sweating over that match, man.
Yeah.
Like when you call the judge over too.
How'd I do, chat?
Yeah.
Did I play well? What are we chatting about?
So what was the?
You got a lot of viewers.
Yeah, Spike shipped the fat raid.
All right.
Yeah,
Aspiring Spike. We love Spike.
Yeah, this is more Spike's now. Thank you. Yeah. What was the judge ruling?
Yeah, so it's a super weird interaction. It's dress down.
Yeah, that card
with
is
Dryad. You still get, it still turns on Valakut, even though dress down cancels out the abilities. I knew it was something weird like that, but luckily I had the prismatic ending to not die anyways. Yeah. Doesn't help against Dryad.
Did you draw the prismatic?
No, I had Gus prismatic ending and dress down, so I had a lot, but yeah.
Yeah,
still brutal.
Dress Down is one of those cards that makes like less sense the more I play it. Like
I know, it should just be you have no ability.
Yeah,
it turns it into a vanilla creature. That's what at least I thought.
And then people will say the L word, and I'm just like, oh, call the judge, because I don't know. I don't think about layers, man. Like,
layers is probably the most confusing part of Magic. Now that we got rid of damage on the stack,
Okay, that is true. I did say surprise me, and I did get Chick-fil-A, so I am decently surprised with my statement.
I like this. Every judge call of dress down makes my head hurt, and the answer is always layers.
Yeah. There was this one, the most interesting judge call I ever had, and I don't know why I did this to myself. I had Humility in play, but I also had Karn the Great Creator, and I had Liquid Metal Coating. And so just for shits and giggles, I think I had an Oko as well. I don't know why. I don't know why I was playing.
What kind of deck were you playing?
Right. And so I find a way to animate my Karn. Well, okay, I guess I had no Oko. I animated my Karn, and my question was, is this a 4/4 or is it a 1/1? Because like Humility, because like my Karn would make it a 4/4, and the judge just came over and like looked at my board state. First thing they did, took a picture like with their phone. And I was like, yeah, all right.
Yeah, every weird judge call like that, everyone's like, Corey, you're a pro, you should know how that works. And I'm like, I am not a pro when it comes to these weird interactions.
Dude,
I call a judge probably like 6 times a tournament. You know?
It's
like,
strange stuff.
Stuff that I think I know. It's like, okay, I better double check that because this isn't online. It's not going to tell me what to do, you know?
And I mean, actually, when you're playing, all I do is play Magic Online, right?
Yeah.
It takes care of all that stuff for me, and I'm just like, okay, very nice.
Yeah.
So, that's good though. You guys are 4-0 now. I don't know. Were you watching Illy's game at all?
Nah. Mine was pretty intense. Like Amulet, I feel I have played so many modern decks that are blue, and like if I come prepared to beat it, I can beat it.
Yeah.
But it's always like you cannot mess up once. You know, you have to play so tight.
I can definitely see that. Because we were talking about earlier, like Edgar made this like crazy like spreadsheet that one time where it's like this is how you can beat every single situation.
Yeah.
And like they can find a way out, just like even if you mess up like one small thing. And so it was good. It was good that you played tight. You got rewarded you won.
Yeah. I'll write a spreadsheet how I can get them into all these situations. Take that, Edgar.
That's good stuff. Dude, I am excited. So. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about this. And today there's going to be 4 afterwards. And I was thinking next round, since Spike gave us the raid, we could do some more modern. Did you guys want to watch Edgar play some more modern, or did you want to watch more creativity? And then after that, we can pivot back to Legacy. It's kind of interesting. I was watching Ely's match, and so he was playing. There was a very critical engineered explosives on X = 1, and
was put into play, and then Ely took his finger, pointed it at his opponent's chalice, and then it went to the graveyard.
This is the first card I ever won a tournament with.
What is Edgar playing? Edgar is playing Moneypile with Raghav. I think it's like the canister version.
No, you're good. Don't sweat it. That,
Did you get to sign too? Yeah, there we go. All right.
And it was you and Mebo who were both playing John Diamond. That's right. And it inspired me to stick with it.
It's too bad that deck was like unplayable after that though.
I still played it.
Yeah, well, it was just that Scapeshift deck.
This is so good. Look at this.
That was just a tough one, you know? But
100%. I loved playing against Scapeshift because they never saw the threat coming.
You guys ever watch
yeah, I didn't play any
like people eat food on YouTube? If I don't finish this in time, then I'll it's always exactly. I think my favorite is like Ben Dean.
We had two we had finished.
That is not a nuts joke. You have to believe me.
Players currently 0-4.
Edgar played earlier, and he lost to Burn in a pretty close game. He's actually playing like Eladamri's calls, so he had a lot of outs to hit.
Us other two are probably doing okay. We've never had like two players really bad.
It looks like we're 12 minutes over time. I kind of get the feeling today's tournament is running a bit smoother, a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, that's the brutal part of the team.